Good morning and welcome to the Appropriations Committee. Today is our final day of public hearings on the governor's supplemental budget. And we welcome our friends and colleagues from the Judiciary Committee as we will be hearing those sections of the supplemental budget that pertain to their policy area. And before we begin the hearing, I would like to ask people to introduce themselves, and we will start with the Appropriations Committee and then move on to Judiciary. Representative Gattine, would you like to start?
Thank you, Senator. I'm Drew Gattine. I represent parts of Saco, Scarborough, and Westbrook in the main House, and I am the House Chair of AFA.
Good morning. I'm Cameron Rennie. I represent Senate District 13, which is most of Lincoln County in the towns of Washington and Windsor.
Good morning. My name is Decca Dalak. I represent House District 120, which is part of South Portland.
I'm Representative Ken Fredette, House District number 33, which includes the towns of Crinna, Newport, Etna, Plymouth, and Dixmont. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Michael Brennan, and I represent District 115, which is part of Portland.
Good morning. My name is Ann Matlack. I live in the town of St. George, and I represent House District 43, which includes the communities of Cushing, Thomaston, South Thomaston, St. George, and part of Owl's Head, all in Knox County.
Good morning. My name is Amy Arata, and I represent House District 104, which includes New Gloucester and part of Gray.
Good morning. My name is Umbrian Rana. I represent House District 21, Bangor.
Senator Bernard?
Good morning. I'm Senator Sue Bernard, and I represent the 37 communities of northern Aroostook County.
Good morning. I'm Jack Ducharme. I represent the towns of Madison, Norwich Walk, and Cornville in District 71.
And I'm Peggy Rotundo, proudly representing the people of Lewiston in the State Senate, and I am the Senate Chair of the Appropriations Committee. Senator Carney, would you like to have your committee introduce themselves?
Yes, thank you very much. Representative Caruso, would you like to begin?
I'd like to. Thank you very much and welcome everyone. I'm Elizabeth Caruso. I represent House District 72, which is much of northern Somerset County.
Good morning. My name is Mark Babin, House District 3, Northeast Aroostook County.
Just in time. My name is Ellie Sato. I represent House District 109 in the beautiful town of Gorham.
Senator Hagan, do you want to introduce yourself?
Sure. Thank you very much. I am David Hagan, Senate District 10, Bangor. Thank you.
Go ahead, Representative.
Good morning and thank you for joining us. My name is David Sinclair, here for the people of House District 50, the city of Bath.
Good morning. My name is Danny O'Halloran, and I represent the very good people of District 20 of the industrious city of Brewer.
Good morning and welcome, everyone. My name is Rachel Talbot Ross. I proudly represent Senate District 28, which is on the peninsula of Portland, includes some of the Casco Bay Islands and the proud home of the University of Southern Maine campus.
Good morning. I'm Amy Kuhn. I represent House District 111 in the town of Falmouth, and I serve as the House Chair of the Judiciary Committee.
Good morning. I'm Adam Lee. I represent House District 89, which is downtown in New Auburn. My apologies. Government oversight is also meeting, so I'll be back and forth today.
Well, we're very pleased to have you all with us. Oh,
Last but not least,
Carney.
I am Ann Carney. I represent Senate District 29, which includes South Portland, Cape Elizabeth, and some of Scarborough, and I serve as the Senate Chair. It's nice to see everyone this morning.
And we are very pleased to have you all here this morning. Thank you. We are going to get started with testimony first from the Attorney General. Good morning and welcome. Former member too of the Appropriations Committee.
Yes, good morning. Thank you for this time this morning. Good morning, Senator Rotundo, Representative Gattine, and members of the Appropriations and Financial Affairs Committee. Good morning to Senator Carney, Representative Kuhn, and members of the Judiciary Committee. My name is Aaron Fry. I have the privilege of serving as Maine's Attorney General, and I do appreciate this opportunity to present the 11 initiatives that were proposed in the governor's budget relating to the Office of the Attorney General. So drawing folks' attention to the Part A budget language, starting at page A13, under the program titled Administration Attorney General 310. There are 6 proposed initiatives. The first initiative that's listed eliminates a vacant secretary legal position. It's been vacant for a long period of time, and we determined that it really is no longer needed for the program to operate, so it's best just to eliminate that. I'm going to skip the second initiative because that deals with a reclassification. The third initiative on page A13 would establish an assistant attorney general position that would focus on housing issues with particular attention to enforcement of licensing issues of manufactured housing communities and the related legal services. This initiative relates to a proposal that would transfer oversight of manufactured housing from the Department of Professional and Financial Regulation over to the main office of Community Affairs. And in particular, there was a proposed transfer of Manufactured Housing Board staff over to MOCA. This information or collateral information can be found in testimony from the main office of Community Affairs. I think they testified in front of AFA and their policy committee on February 19th at 1:30. There's also more information in a report that was submitted titled LD 1765, report to the Joint Standing Committee on Housing and Economic Development. That was dated December 31st. I highlight those because those sources better inform as to what the proposal is, and it also explains why additional legal services would be needed, which is why we're asking for an additional assistant attorney general. Skipping the fourth initiative because that deals with a range change. The fifth initiative that's listed on page A13 establishes a paralegal to support the prosecution of homicides in the office's criminal division. The current number of pending homicides, the discovery obligations of the state, and the support needed to ensure that the state is prepared for trial has long strained the current capacity of our staff. And I believe there's been at least one other budget where this has been proposed in the past. This position is needed to ensure that there's the appropriate staffing capacity for the demands of prosecuting what is really the most serious criminal offense that's brought by the state. The sixth initiative would provide for an allotment that would cover the 25% state match to the 75% federal funding for the positions that are in our Medicaid fraud control unit. This initiative really is an administrative initiative that's intended to ensure that that 25% match is immediately available and can be applied in concert with the 75% that comes from the federal government. And then finally, I did skip over 2 initiatives, the second and fourth initiative that were on page A13 as well. They deal with reclassifications and range changes. I've addressed those in a separate attachment so that you can just have a little bit of information about what those positions are. Next, I want to draw your attention to page A14 of the Part A language that is under the heading of district attorney salaries. There's 3 proposed initiatives there. The first would eliminate 4 ADA positions that were originally created when there were federal funds that were available to support them. Those federal funds for these positions has receded, and there's no new funding expected to follow for these positions. They are currently vacant and unfunded. So since they're both vacant and unfunded and no money coming for them, we're just for cleanup asking that they be eliminated. The second initiative would continue and make permanent an assistant district attorney position that was created when sex assault kit investigation grant funds were both applied for and awarded. The purpose of these funds was to enhance investigation and prosecution into sexual assault cases. This position is housed in Prosecutorial District 2, that is Cumberland County. And this initiative is needed to ensure that this position remains for as long as there's federal funding to support it. Just a quick sidestep. When the funding became available, I applied through a financial order for the position to be established on a limited period basis. And that was approved by the governor. If the legislature wants to see that position continue on a permanent basis for as long as those funds are available, that's why this initiative is needed to do that. But the funding, again, comes in through a federal grant, and it appears to be available for at least the next 5 years. At least that's the information that I have. And by the way, we can only do a limited period position for 2 years, which is why we're seeking the more extended authorization to do it. The third initiative that's listed at page A14 under this heading would provide funding for a state email address for each district attorney, deputy district attorney, and assistant district attorney. We need this email as a way for these attorneys to use the new state's human resources system. This is the way in which they would use PRISM. And so we need funding for that. Then next and then finally for the Part A section under page A15, under the heading Human Services Division, there's two proposed initiatives. They both deal with reclassifications, and I've addressed those in the attachment that I hope the committees have before them. Next, just going to a language component that was included in the supplemental budget package. If you go to the page 54 of the general fund bill language proposals, you'll find Part BB. Part BB is needed for the office to cover license. This is an administrative way for the office to use money in order to cover the cost of licenses that our criminal division needs to access an electronic case management system that's shared with the prosecutorial districts. This initiative would allow the coverage of cost also to deal with the increased data storage that is the reality of the voluminous cases that these homicides typically create. This is particularly important because if the criminal division is going to be connecting most fully into the electronic filing system that's being deployed by the judicial branch and to preserve its case files, allowing the office to basically move money from one program within the account to another, which is what this language would permit us to do. That's what the ask is. Stepping to the side, what we would typically do is do it through financial order to ask that it be moved from one to another. So again, in working with budget, it was our understanding that this would be a more streamlined way of doing something that we're trying to do. So thank you for your attention. I hope I didn't go too fast. I hope I provided enough information for you to understand our proposals. Thank you for your consideration. Happy to take any questions today. Do my best to answer them. If I can't answer them, then I'll certainly make sure they're back before the committees, before the respective work sessions.
Thank you. And I would ask committees to limit questioning at this point to clarifying questions or requests for additional information for work sessions, since we will have time in our work sessions to debate the policy issues. Representative Caruso.
Thank you. Thank you, sir, for being here. Just a question on A14, your first initiative, eliminating the 4 assistant DAs. You said they're currently vacant, even though they were, it was federally funded initially.
And yeah, so initially there were federal funds that supported these positions. Those federal funds have gone away. So we no longer receive any funding that would support these positions continuing. We can't fill them because we have no money.
But when you did have the money, did you ever fill them?
They were, yes.
They were filled.
And one example, so this was under, I'm forgetting the program. The legislature did provide general funding to apply towards 2 similarly situated grant positions in the biennial budget, I think it was. So there are times at which the legislature has come in and provided funding to maintain these types of grant positions. That has not happened here, and I'm not asking for the general fund money to basically be able to fill these 4 ADAs. If the legislature would like to, I mean, these were largely related to Victim of Crime Act monies that came in from the federal government. You see the federal government pulling away significantly from supporting Victim from Crime Act focus. This is one of those areas we don't have the money to fill the positions, and from an administrative standpoint, it doesn't make sense to keep these empty positions on our books.
Thank you.
Yes, Representative Fredette.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Attorney General. We miss you in the courtroom in Penobscot County. My question is, and we can provide this for the work session, is that since you become Attorney General, how many new positions have been added to the Attorney General's office over the last 8 years? And if you can just clarify what those positions are. My second question, again, you can provide some information for the work session on I obviously, my law practice is in Penobscot County. Recently, doing some criminal cases with the district attorney's office up there. I think they were down 4 ADAs. And so it would be helpful, and I don't know if this is in your jurisdiction, but to just maybe give us some sort of oversight as to, I know there's a lot of competition out there right now for public defenders, people doing different kinds of work, but maybe some sort of sense of what sort of shape we're in terms of prosecutorial districts, vacancies and whatnot, if that's something that's in your bailiwick.
Certainly happy to work to pull together the positions that are new to the office, and I'll also include positions that have been removed from the office numbers for the first question. Second question, I believe the coordinator for the Maine Prosecutor Associations here may have some information more immediately on that. I do know that in particular in District 5, there was at least 3, it may be up to 4 now because of a recent departure, that it has been a challenge for the district to fill existing positions that are hard for the district to fill. But happy to think about what might be responsive in terms of what I have understood from the role that I play in helping set salaries for assistant district attorneys as to what information we're getting from the DAs as to some of their challenges. But again, the Maine Prosecutor Association may be before the committee. And to the extent that she's hearing me talk about her right now, hopefully Executive Director Burns might be able to provide some more information today for you on that.
Yeah.
Okay. And there's actually a DA here, district attorney here as well from District 3, who has also had significant challenges in finding candidates for existing positions. And so that might actually be somebody who can also provide some insight that's related to District 5. Because it's the same challenges. And it was when I was in the legislature. District 5 and District 3 had a lot of common challenges because of the mix of urban rural that the district covers.
I'm glad I could tee that up, Madam Chair.
Yeah. And I actually brought a bill forward to try to deal with that this session, which came before judiciary. Representative Lee.
Thank you. And as to D3, there is, to my understanding, a loss of a DV sexual abuse prosecutor that's happening there as a loss of some other grant funding. With respect to those other positions that are being eliminated, is there some possibility of transferring some of that money for purposes of maintaining a prosecutor at that level?
I will double check. In the case of the 2 positions that I had mentioned that the legislature had addressed before, that was related to an OUI, like an OUI enforcement grant. And what had happened there is there were more than 2 positions. And there was a little bit of money in the grant, not enough to sustain at that point, the number of attorneys that had been authorized. So in this case, I didn't understand that there was any more money at all available for these 4 positions that were being sought to be eliminated. But I will double check just to make sure, because I did not confirm that specific question. I was just told that we can't fill them because we didn't have the money to fill them.
Senator Talbot Ross and then Representative Ducharme.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for being here, Mr. Attorney General. I just wanted to ask some questions about the paralegal position that's being established, the 5th initiative on page A13. And just 2 quick questions. One is this presupposes there's no paralegal support for the homicide, for the criminal division dealing with homicides. There's currently no paralegal support.
There is. So there are basically 3. I think there's like 2 paralegals and 1 secretary. And so it's not that there's not currently support staff. It's that the current level of support staff is insufficient to address all that's being asked of them, to work with the agencies to make sure that we're getting everything we need from the agencies to provide in discovery, to prepare for the case, to arrange for witnesses, to support the attorneys on putting together their file, to subpoena witnesses, all the things that go along with putting together a homicide prosecution. It's so it's not that there's not support now. It's just it's not sufficient support, which is why we're asking for this additional position.
It would, as a quick follow-up, it'd be helpful to understand what the current staff capacity is. I'd love to see this, the ratio of paralegal support to the staff.
Certainly, yeah,
That's-
I'll have that for work session.
Thank you kindly.
Representative Ducharme.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you for being here. Just a couple of questions from me. Do you have, and could you provide for us for the work session, some sort of a organizational chart showing things like prosecutorial district 2 or how that breaks out? I don't understand that because I don't work in that space, but it would be helpful to understand how that's broken out across the state. So when you come in and say, I'm doing this in this district, then I know where it's at and how many people you got, kind of an org chart thing, if you could do that for the work session.
Certainly, Representative. And what I hear is I can get a chart that shows specifically for the 8 prosecutorial districts, what their, district attorney, if they have a deputy district attorney, and how many assistant district attorneys they have. So I can provide that in an org chart. Is that sufficient, or because we don't do staff? So the staffing for district attorney's office is handled by the counties. So that the arrangement between the state and the counties with respect to prosecutorial district prosecution is the counties deal with the staffing for the non-attorney stuff. So I don't know that I can get that as quickly, but if that was of interest, I can
Well,
try
I
to
think
get
that what you first said is helpful. And if you can just kind of geographically place those people on the map for me as far as where they are in the state of Maine, so we know, what we've got where, that would be helpful.
Certainly, yeah.
The other question I had, and again, for the work session, I'm struggling to understand why it costs us $12,000 to set up 3 new emails. You can do that for nothing with Google, and I know you got to have, you got to have security and all the rest of that stuff. But for the work session, if you can just kind of help me understand that that expenditure, it would be helpful.
I will try. I would offer that we don't set that cost. We are billed that by those who decided in the state to use the Prism, the Workday system. So I'll do what I can to get from somebody else, why we're being charged that.
Perfect.
And then I'd also add that I don't know if this was unanticipated or not, but because the general fund pays for DAs, deputy district attorneys, and assistant district attorneys, they go through our payroll system. Again, used to be by paper or used to be by a different system that the state had. We just need the login. And so my goal is to bill the counties for that expense, since the counties are supposed to be paying for what is the all other for these expenses. But, in the event that a county doesn't pay, or to at least get it paid up front, that's why we're looking at. But I will provide that in writing so that you have that for reference as you consider it. Thank you for that.
Representative Fredette.
Just one clarifying question for the work session. I know that we have a record number of kids now in DHS custody. And I've worked with some great assistant attorney generals. I do a little bit of that work in the DHS arena. Matt Canwick, some of those others that I've worked with. I guess what I'm looking for is over your tenure, what's the cost increase that's been associated with the increased number of children in DHS custody? And so however you choose to quantify that, I'll let you determine that.
So I can do what I can to talk about how it, or to provide information how it affected my budget.
Right.
I can't speak for DHHS
How
in
your
terms of
budget,
how
that's what-
how they've
Right,
managed.
no, just
Yeah.
your budget. That's what I was
Yeah.
wondering.
Oh, Representative Caruso.
Thank you. Quick one for you. From your perspective and understanding, has the backlogged caseload been dropping? Where do you see that?
I don't know that I have sort of an operational view of that. I know that for the criminal case, if you're talking about the backlog with, for us, it would be the criminal homicide cases, or homicide cases, there's no civil homicide case. Drug task force cases, certain welfare fraud cases. Some of the homicides, for example, have their own scheduling that is somewhat separate and apart. We are fighting for court time, which is part of how the backlog has impacted all cases in the system. On the child protection side, which is another area where the state is involved, we're seeing challenge to get time on the family docket on the, because these judges are dealing with criminal, but they're also dealing with divorce and civil and parents. We're also seeing some challenges on getting attorneys assigned to appellate cases, which has left some cases pending in front of the law court for a little bit longer of a period of time than they used to. So again, we're going to, and then the general concern, of course, is, we're always concerned about making sure that our cases are firm and people are getting the representation we need, because if they don't, then it's just going to be a problem for the victims. It's going to be a problem for, our maintaining the case. And most importantly, it's going to be a problem for the person who the state is accusing of a crime. So I know the committees are working with how to address that issue, but other than those impacts, I mean, that's how we're seeing it in the office.
Thank you. I see no more questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your
Attorney General
consideration.
Fry, for being with us today.
Thank you.
Next, we will take up those sections of the supplemental that deal with the Maine Human Rights Commission. Good morning and welcome.
Good morning. That's loud. Senators Rotundo and Carney, Representatives Gattine and Kuhn, and members of the Joint Standing Committees on Appropriations and Financial Affairs and on the Judiciary. My name is Kit Thompson-Crossman. I'm the Executive Director of the Maine Human Rights Commission, and I'm pleased to have the opportunity to comment on the initiatives regarding the Commission within LD 2212, which can be found at pages A79 and 80. I'm not going to go through my whole testimony. I'll just hit the highlights for you. The Commission is a small quasi-independent entity with a single program, Human Rights Commission Regulation 0150, tasked primarily with enforcing the Maine Human Rights Act by investigating and sometimes litigating complaints brought under the Act. We employ 16 full-time staff members when we are fully staffed, which we almost never are. Currently, we have 3 open positions, 1 business manager and 2 human rights investigators. The Commission has not sought to fill those 2 investigator positions due in substantial part to uncertainty regarding our federal funding, which I will be discussing momentarily. Those 16 positions are funded by the general fund and our federal partnership agreements with 2 federal agencies, the EEOC and HUD. On average, we receive approximately 30% of our budget through those partnership agreements. Currently, 7 of our 16 positions are funded in whole or in part by federal partnership funds. The supplemental budget proposal contains 4 initiatives for the Commission, all of which relate to funding 4 of those 7 positions, which are currently filled at the Commission. The changes include the positions listed on pages A79 and 80, 1 Secretary Associate Legal, 2 human rights investigators, and our Director of Operations. The supplemental budget proposal would provide 100% funding of these 4 positions from the general fund. And I would just note that this proposal does not address funding for the 3 other federally funded positions, which are 3 investigator positions. Those are fully federally funded. And 2 of those are the 2 vacant human rights investigators positions, which I referenced earlier. Like many agencies which rely on funding from federal partners, the Commission has significant uncertainty regarding its anticipated receipt of federal funds. In the Commission's case, the impacts of this uncertainty are already being felt. For example, HUD has not yet paid us for work that we did in FY25, despite those funds already having been allocated and earned, and all of our case closures processed. We have no indication as to when or whether those funds will be released, and this represents a shortfall of about $156,000 for us. We have been able to continue paying our HUD-funded staff because of savings from prior years and the decision not to fill the 2 vacant human rights investigator positions, but at some point that money will run out. Our contract with HUD depends on our statute being deemed substantially equivalent to the Federal Fair Housing Act. For the first time in the history of our contract with HUD, HUD has issued guidance stating that beginning with FY26, it may not certify any statute as substantially equivalent if the state law is broader than the FHA. This is a change from prior years in which HUD simply didn't pay us for cases that fell within our jurisdiction but outside of ours, and our statute is broader than the FHA in a number of respects. The EEOC and HUD pay us a set dollar amount for every dual-filed case we investigate, and they will no longer accept cases in which the primary claim is one for discrimination on the basis of sexual orientation or gender identity, or in which the claim is for disparate impact, even if the complaint alleges discrimination on the basis of other federally protected classes. Accordingly, even assuming that we continue to receive some degree of funding, which is not guaranteed, that amount will be less than it has been in past years. And in our most recent EEOC contract, we are only guaranteed payment up to $49,000, or about 20% of the anticipated number of dual-filed cases that we will close in this fiscal year. While we did receive payment for the work that we did in FY25, it was months later than it typically is, and we are not confident that we will receive payment for the remaining 80% of eligible cases closed in FY26 in a timely manner or at all. By shifting the funding for the 4 positions identified in the supplemental budget from partial federal funding to 100% general fund, we would ensure that our current staffing remains constant, while allowing us some time to assess how much federal funding we can anticipate in the coming years. With staffing levels as they are today, we are able to carry the workload of the commission for a period of time, but this will not be sustainable long-term. I am hopeful that by this summer, the federal picture will be clearer, and we will either be able to start the hiring process for the 2 vacant investigator positions or present a further budget proposal to this body in the next session. My priority remains ensuring that the commission is able to continue its important work of preventing and investigating discrimination in the state, regardless of whether our federal funding is continued. I thank you for the opportunity to provide this testimony. I'm happy to answer questions you have today, and I will be available for the work session.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Are there questions for Director Thompson-Crossman? Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Representative Fredette.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I was pleased that Governor Baldacci was governor. He appointed me to the Maine Human Rights Commission that I served on for a bit prior to coming into the legislature. And I had a couple of cases before the commission recently. And I appreciated working with the folks there. My question is consistent with a lot of my questions has been sort of the adding of, positions to the state, to the state roles. And so if we could get for the work session, when these new positions were added, and sort of maybe just a blippy about what their job description is. And
Sure. Sorry, which new positions?
well, some of these positions were federally funded, it said, right?
Yes, our staffing has been federally funded, a split between general fund and federal fund, I think, for as long as we have been receiving federal funds. And we've had contracts with HUD since 1999 and the EEOC, I think, before that. I can certainly get you a list of when positions were added to the commission over the last.
I guess the way I read your testimony, or at least from the presentation, I mean, it seems to be asking for a shift from federal funds to general fund funds.
Yes.
Which in my mind, is a commitment to the state budget.
Absolutely.
Going forward.
Yes.
Which adds then to the structural gap going forward. So what I'm just trying to get at is in some of this language seems to talk about anticipatory actions. And I guess my question in part is, are there real actions? We aren't going to get paid, the funding's going to go away versus it would be nice to make these state funded positions because it would remove uncertainty. You can provide that for the work session.
Sure. I wish that I had an answer for that. When we initially had discussions with the budget office for this session, I didn't have any initiatives because I didn't have any indication that we weren't going to get paid. So this ended up coming in, I think, November, when it became clear that we were not going to get paid by HUD, at least for the foreseeable future, and EEOC was at that point 2 months late. So I would love to give you an answer as to whether we're going to have those federal funds or not. My problem is that I simply don't know.
And so if we could just have clarification for the work session, I mean, my guess is, I mean, if there's a commitment from the federal government, should be paying you. And I guess on the flip side of that, my concern becomes adding positions in, well, we're concerned about going forward if X happens versus what we know as facts, right?
Yeah.
That's kind of my question.
I can yes, I can certainly clarify what I know about funding on the federal level for the work session.
Thank you very much. And thank
Sure.
you for your work.
Thank you.
Yes, Representative Arata.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Director.
Good morning.
In the past, your organization sent out testers into the field, answering ads for apartments and things of that nature. Are they still doing that?
I believe that would fall under, I'm going to try to remember the acronym, Fair Housing. It's FIP, FHIP, and right now that is a program run by Pine Tree Legal Assistance. We do not do that sort of testing work.
Okay. And do you ever investigate insurance companies that drop landlords because they are complying with the Human Rights Act by renting to too many Section 8 tenants or renting to people who have forbidden breeds like pit bulls because they're assistance animals?
That's an interesting question. Not to my knowledge. I suppose it's not impossible that somebody would bring a complaint against an insurance company if on the forbidden breeds question, if somebody has an assistance animal that is a pit bull, for example, and the landlord's insurance company was problematic in some way in getting the person the ability to have their assistance animal, we would investigate that complaint if it was brought to us. I haven't seen one like that.
Okay. Your organization used to publish cases online, the meeting minutes and things of that nature, whether they were dismissed or there was action. And I haven't been able to find it lately. Is it still online?
All the minutes are online, yes.
Everything is online?
Yeah, the reports I don't think have been updated for several years, and that is simply a resources and staffing problem, but all of the minutes are online.
Okay. Would you be, in order to help us better understand the work you do, is it possible to send us some reports since you've been in this office? Because you're relatively new, not brand new, but.
Yeah. To give you all, we issue somewhere in the realm of 150 to 170 reports per year.
Okay.
So I'm guessing you probably don't want all of them. Our annual reports are available online, which summarize the kinds of cases that we've seen, how many reasonable grounds reports, what percentage of all of the cases we investigated were reasonable grounds, which is usually about 5%. Statistics on mediation and pre-investigation settlement. And those are available online, and I'd be happy to bring those to the work session if there are kinds of reports that you'd be interested in seeing.
Maybe the pre-report settlements, because that is revenue that you have.
Pre-report settlements we have a mediation program that we run that is self-funded. Parties pay into it. We pay the mediators from that. We don't get money from that. When a case settles, we don't keep the money. That if the commission were awarded damages, which we generally aren't, they would go to the general fund. They don't stay with us.
Okay. And reports I read years ago indicated that they needed the revenue to pay their staff, that the Maine Human Rights Commission was using that money to pay their staff, but that was well before your time.
Yeah, that may have been a structural change that happened. And I've been at the commission for about 7 years, and in those 7 years that hasn't. I was an investigator first, and then I was deputy counsel. I've only been ED since 2023.
Okay, time flies. All right, thank you.
Sure.
Senator Talbot Ross.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for being here. It's good to see you. Likewise. I just wanted to ask a little bit, have you provide a little bit more information about the dual filed cases, so EEOC and HUD. And you say here that you've been receiving less than the amount that you should be receiving. You're not sure, you got the money for fiscal year 25, not sure about fiscal year 26. But you make a pretty alarming statement here about not being able to be sustainable in the long term.
Yes.
And I just want to look at these dual filed cases. Are you saying then that the impact of the way in which you are, or you're not being able to be reimbursed for this, that this could result in you not being able to do investigations on dual filed cases in the future?
So we have a statutory obligation to investigate all of the complaints that come before us that state a claim under the Maine Human Rights Act. We will continue to do that. My concern is that right now we have a team of investigators who have been with us for several years. They're very well versed in the MHRA. They're very well versed in the commission's process. As long as none of them leave for any reason, get sick, get injured, find another job, we can carry the load of cases that are currently filed with us probably for I'm not actually sure. We're fine for the moment. I am looking ahead in a climate of real uncertainty as to whether or not we are going to continue to receive that 30% of our budget. And the workload on my investigators and on my other staff, and trying to balance our obligations to the people of Maine with the resources that we have. We will continue to fulfill our statutory obligations for as long as we can. My concern about the long-term sustainability is that without those two other investigator positions, the workload on our current investigative team is going to increase substantially. And while I know that they are committed to doing the work, it will at some point become unsustainable and people will start leaving. And it takes a year to train an investigator. So we don't really we need to be planning now for that to happen.
And is it possible then that it would have a more collateral consequence in that perhaps people don't bring their cases to the commission knowing that they may not be able to get fully investigated? And
I think yes, I think people might be people are already frustrated by the length of time that a case takes. And we have been working very hard to get that time frame down. And those times we have 2 years to investigate a complaint from the time that it's filed. Those times, we're right now at an average age, cases go to investigators about 7 or 8 months after they come in, which is much lower than it used to be. And those timelines will start to come back up and people will start to be getting their investigative reports at the 2-year deadline instead of before then. And that will significantly impact their ability to go to court, remember what happened, because often at that point it's 3 years ago. So yeah, I'm concerned about the timelines for sure. I'm not concerned that we won't meet them, but I am concerned that it will be substantially delayed from where we've worked very hard to bring down our backlog and to decrease the time that people are spending at the commission.
Thank you, Director.
Thank you.
Representative Fredette.
So I'm confused because my recollection is, at least from reading the papers, is that Congress in a bipartisan fashion actually just passed a budget, which I think gets them through to the fall, which is kind of unusual because usually we're running on CRs for 3 months. So when you're talking about uncertainty, I sort of see that, I mean, other than funding for DHS, that there's sort of a plan in place federally to the end of the fiscal year federally. And so when you're talking about uncertainty federally, I actually see, in my opinion, a federal budget that's kind of been passed by and large, except for DHS, until the end of the fiscal year federally. So again, for the work session, it's people talking about uncertainty. I don't understand what the uncertainty is, other than we're going into a new budget cycle, which is not uncertain. That's what we do as a country and as a state. So maybe for the work session, I want this concept of uncertainty sort of more grounded in something than, well, this could happen, that could happen. I mean, because again, I think we just passed a budget, which unlike the last 10 or 15 years, we've been running on CRs. And so I guess I would like to see some more information on what your uncertainty is, other than the ongoing budget process.
So I'm happy to bring more of that information to the work session. We should have been paid for FY25 from HUD in August. Then it was October. Nobody across the country has been paid by HUD for the work that they did in FY25. And the information that I can bring to the work session is that I have reached out to every single person, including the Deputy Secretary for the Office of Fair Housing Enforcement, and gotten absolutely no answer as to when we will receive the money for the work that we have already done on a contract that we already had. All of us should have received those funds by now, and we have not. And there's no answer as to whether or not we will or when. And I'd be happy to bring a copy of the EEOC contract that says we're only paying you for 20% of these cases right now.
I see no other questions. Thank you very much for being with us today.
Thank you.
Freyla Tarpinian from the Maine Commission on Public Defense Services. Good morning and welcome.
Good morning, Senator Rotundo. Thank you. Senator Rotundo, Representative Gattine, Senator Carney, Representative Kuhn, and honorable members of the Joint Standing Committees on Appropriations and Financial Affairs.
And excuse me one second.
And
If you
Chair.
have testimony, do you have testimony?
Yes, I do.
If you want to give it to my Linda, she'll get
Happily.
it to the rest of us. Thank you.
Sorry about that.
That's okay.
My name is Freyla Tarpinian. I'm the Executive Director on the Maine Commission on Public Defense Services, formerly MCILS. And I'm here before you in support of LD 2212, the Supplemental Appropriations Budget. The mission of PDS, for those of you, just to catch up, is that we recruit, we train, and we oversee service providers for indigent legal services. That's primarily criminal defense attorneys in eligible cases, but also parents' attorneys and other types of attorneys for folks that are eligible for case types that are eligible. You've heard a lot about the Maine constitutional crisis and the current litigation that's pending, having to do with the state's performance in that measure and the uncounseled list. And I'm here to tell you today that I'm very proud to say that that list has fallen from 1,100 at the beginning of January of 2025 to today, where it's under 150 people on that list. Overall, the vision of PDS is to create a stable hybrid system in order for the state to meet the demand for these indigent legal services, to provide a sufficient number of attorneys immediately upon the need, so that the court and the rest of the functioning system can continue. This budget does a lot to help PDS do that. PDS is working on right-sizing the public defender offices. And what that means is determining what the needs are in each particular judiciary region and making sure that the staff that you are giving us through the budget is sufficient to meet the demand in that particular region. So right now, there's an issue in Aroostook County because there's 11 total criminal defense attorneys up there. That includes public defenders that are employed by the commission and are assigned counsel. Those are private attorneys that handle the cases on a contract basis. Whereas in Cumberland County, there's 130 attorneys. The difference there really demonstrates why we have issues staffing cases in some of our areas. What that means is we need to use our employed counsel positions, shift them into areas where we're less able to access private counsel so that everybody, no matter where they live in Maine, gets an attorney immediately. That's the goal, is a long-term stable system to do that. The main thing that threatens that system right now is the budgetary shortfall that you may be aware of. We currently at PDS will not be able to make payments to assigned counsel starting in the fourth quarter, which is April 1st, which is coming up relatively quickly. The allocation is just is going to run out before then. And those payments go to pay attorneys for work that they have already completed for the counsel on the contract, work that's constitutionally required and mandated by the state. This budget will plug those holes by appropriating a sufficient number of funds or amount of funds in order to pay those, to make up for that budgetary shortfall. And it does that for this fiscal year and next fiscal year, because if we don't get enough money to plug the budgetary shortfall for this year, that fiscal hole will widen as we use the funds appropriated in the first quarter of next year to pay the vouchers that have been unpaid in the fourth quarter of this year. And the second piece of the budget that's helpful with this long-term plan is it establishes a number of positions. This would allow us to establish an office in Cumberland County. We have positions in Cumberland County right now, but that office is not considered established because we do not have a district defender to lead that office, which means the supervision of that office is shared with another district defender. The problem with that model is that it impacts the capacity of every attorney in both of those offices who cannot access the supervisor on a regular basis. That person has to bounce between Augusta and Portland right now. It also has an insufficient amount of support staff. They're sharing one paralegal, for example, and it impacts the ability to take cases. So when we talk about capacity and caseloads, that caseload shifts depending on the number of support staff that are available to that particular attorney. An attorney with more support staff can handle more cases. And that would build out the offices in line with the rest of the offices, which gives it sufficient support staff and investigator and other personnel that are allowed the office to function at a high level. And we are asking for a slight language change, which would allow us to move the staff attorney positions around. And that's in the written testimony. The reason for that is when this budget initiatives were drafted, Cumberland County had 130 people on the uncounseled list. Aroostook at that point had 0 people on the uncounseled list. We needed to shift resources to Cumberland County to address that. We were given positions last year in 1101, and we used those positions to address the needs in Cumberland County because that was where the need was the most critical at that moment. The needs have shifted because Cumberland County is doing well today. I'm very happy to say there's no one on that list, but Aroostook has had an increased issue. And the commission can respond in real time to that. Aroostook had over 100 people on the uncounseled list at the beginning of this month. PDS put out an email for an all hands on deck assist, and attorneys stepped up, knowing that they may not get paid for months in the fourth quarter. They have staffed all but 47 of those cases, and we're getting emails daily to take cases off that list. And that is a testament to the legal bar in the state who really does rise to the occasion when the need is identified. The consequence of an attorney doing that, however, is a PDS is going to pay people to drive to Aroostook, which is not an ideal situation. That's not an efficient delivery model. And the people who would take the capacity of that attorney, let's say a Bangor attorney shifts north, that means they're not going to take a case in Bangor, which is also experiencing a need right now. And so in order to be nimble and really to address the needs, it would be helpful if the language allowed us to put the attorney staff positions statewide. I believe in the AG's testimony highlighted a need for appellate counsel. I very much desire to take one of the PC positions and make them an appellate specialist because that list is the most critical as I stand here before you today. But it's important that when the budget comes into effect, we can shift those people to where the need is on that day. But the overall vision is eventually to have established positions in every judicial region so that we can pivot and meet the needs as they arise. The goal would be to have enough of a base of employed defenders so that we could address as many cases as we can in that way, and then use assigned counsel for the rest. We're not intending to eclipse assigned counsel or go to 100%, which is not possible, or even an 80% employed public defender model. That's not my understanding of what the Judiciary Committee has asked us to do or what we want to do. What we do need to do is we need to be able to stabilize the market for attorney hours so that we can meet the demand and so that nobody in Maine is left without a lawyer. This budget helps us do that. That concludes the highlights of my testimony. There's more details in the written portion, and I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you. Are there questions for Director Tarpinian? Yes, Representative Fredette.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I believe it was Senator Rotundo and I back in 2010 when Lee Softly was the Chief Justice, and this sort of program was taken from the judiciary and this was set up. And I think I recall being on the committee when that happened. And what I also recall is over that period of time, is an increase asked for more money and more money and more money. And I understand, I mean, I'm a lawyer, I get it. In your testimony for the work session, I kind of went through your testimony a couple of times. And I was looking for the ask, and what I mean by the ask is, what's the dollar amount you're looking for? And if for the work session, if I could just also make sure I understand in the supplemental budget, which I may be wrong, but my understanding is that there was some money that was in the supplemental budget and that it was going to be paid from the budget stabilization fund. And that's what I recall in terms of the funding source for this. And we'll talk about this in the work session. I understand the need. I'd like to quantify that to make sure I understand what that number is. And then, you know, the funding source becomes a problem because, you know, I think different people on this committee view the budget stabilization fund in different ways in terms of a funding mechanism for certain things. And we'll talk about that at the work session, but if I could just get sort of what's sort of the total ask, maybe break it down on one page for me. And then we'll talk about what the source is.
Can I ask a clarifying question?
Yes.
I do have those numbers broken down. I will get those to you. Do you want it broken down as a total ask for this budget, supplemental budget, or do you want it broken out into the shortfall funding and the position fundings? Because those look a little differently on how they're funded.
Yeah, if anything that can be done on a one pager, and the simpler, the better.
I can get that to you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yes, Representative Arata.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think the answer to Representative Fredette's question is in language T18. Am I missing? So it's about 25.5 million over the biennium. Am I missing something?
I think there's two pieces of the budget ask. There's the first part, which is the shortfall funding, which is what you're referring to in the line that you just cited. And that is that figure, which is broken out into two sections, one for fiscal year 26 and one for fiscal year 27. There's another portion, which I believe that Representative Fredette wants us to include, which is we're asking for new positions and what is the budget ask with that included in it as a total package. And I'll try to break it down with force funding so that no matter what number you're looking for, how you want to combine it, you'll be able to do that.
Is that not in this budget book?
It is in the budget book. It's in two different places.
All right. And is it cited in your report? I'm trying to find it.
Yeah, there's a bullet point list of the citations it's in Part A, page 83 is a very small line item for transcript costs. In Part A, page A 105, there's the 5 new positions for the Parents Council and establishes the Cumberland County Office, which is 11 different positions, some mix of support staff and attorneys. And then in Part T, T7 is that one-time shortfall funding. That's the 26 million that you just cited.
All right, thank you for the clarification.
Representative Gatine.
And again, just to clarify, the one-time shortfall funding is the money that is proposed to come from the budget stabilization fund. And the funding for the positions are in the Part A part of the judiciary budget, and that is a request for ongoing funding.
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. And that's from the general fund, not from the budget stabilization fund.
Exactly, that's correct.
Thank you.
Representative Lee.
Thank you. You've indicated that this budget is not built towards a fully funded, fully functional public defense system without using assigned counsel or without using replacement counsel. Do you have an idea of what the number would be to build out that 80%, 100% PDS model?
I can get that to you for the work session. So in the last paragraph in my written testimony, I indicate future initiatives, which would be that complete model. What I would envision that would look like would be an established small office in York County, because that does not have any employed defenders. And on the mid-coast, we tend to share offices among counties, matching the judicial region. So there's 4 mid-coast counties that currently have no employed public defender access or staffing, and so those 2 offices. And then there would be some specialty units that I would propose. One would, the most pressing is the appellate unit. And that would be a hybrid of both a criminal and PC, although the need for PC appellate attorneys are higher. It would be a PCR unit. That's a very small subset of cases, but they're important that they get addressed rapidly. And then a homicide unit eventually would be on, would be a great build out because we have specialized people who do homicides right now. That is a huge resource, time resource of an office investment, and it would make sense to have specialized people do that. But that would be at the tail end of what a robust hybrid system would look like. With the offices at the end, it would be a statewide system and we could pivot to the other cases types pretty easily. The delivery model that we're looking at right now is really creating, I'm calling them hubs or centers of justice in each region. And so we're going to share the infrastructure resources among the types of attorneys. That means we're not going to have a PC office next to a PD office, next to an involuntary commitment attorney office. It means that we share space and resources like reception, and the basic infrastructure support. We don't need multiple break rooms. We don't need multiple conference rooms. We need to share in order to conserve resources, but make sure we have the attorneys we need staffed appropriately in those offices so that we can pivot and hit any case that's needed as they come into the system, which is an on-demand service. It's a very quick turnaround time as it's supposed to be. Right now, the constitutional crisis is we are not able to do that. We're not able to address the need as it comes in. So we need to have sufficient staffing to do that. But that would be the intent.
That's a one pager I'd like to see.
Happy to put that one together.
Representative Fredette, I think you had a question, and then Representative Ducharme, and then Representative Caruso.
As Justice Alexander may appreciate, as a lawyer, you never ask the question you don't know the answer to. And Representative Arada, I think, answered my question. And my follow-up question, I think, would be, how many times have we ever used the budget stabilization fund to fund a $25 million shortfall, which I probably know the answer to.
You know the answer to that better than mine. I know there's a lot of discussion about where and how this funding is coming from. That is soundly left in the discretion of the people who are elected to make those decisions. I'm telling you what the need is to meet the constitutional demands of the office, and we have very accurately predicted this shortfall. If you look in our 2024 annual report, which was delivered in January 2025, we indicated we would be $13 million short. So we're able to tell you relatively reasonably what the need is going to be. Whether the need is not addressed, we don't have any control on how many services hours we provide. We don't control the number of cases that come in the system. We don't choose who gets a lawyer. If they're eligible and the case is eligible, we have a constitutional obligation to provide that person with an attorney, whether we have one or not. And so the need will continue no matter what. We have zero ability to do cost containment on the number of attorney hours, which is a problem because that's our biggest expense by far. It dwarfs every other expense that we have. It's a huge part of our budget. It's most all of our budget. So it's interesting. We are spending money that we don't have, but we don't have an option to deny the council.
Representative Ducharme.
Thank you, Madam Chair. One of the things that obviously I represent a rural area. I think there are maybe 5 attorneys in Somerset County. So I struggle with the idea that there are roughly 3,600 attorneys in the state of Maine, 2,100 of which are virtually in Cumberland County. Do we have sufficient public defense options outside of Cumberland County for the rest of the state of Maine? So now it's time to set up that piece. I've been supportive of the public defender process all along, but we've always talked about it as understanding that this is, let's fix those areas like Somerset where there's only 5 practicing attorneys because of the fact that there's 2,100 in Portland. Let's kind of go where that need is, because it seems to me like that's kind of a no-brainer kind of thing for me. And when I just look at numbers, I don't know the workloads and all the rest of that stuff, which, certainly will skew those results. But I really want to make sure that that the system that we're building is taking care of those areas where there are not, somebody with a shingle on every corner that says they'll do law. Secondarily, over the course of my time on this committee, there have been a number of times when we have allocated money for, back then it was MCILS and so forth. What I would like to see is kind of like a 5-year look back and say, okay, how much funding has the state put into MCILS from this date right up to current, and what have we done? Kind of in this year, we set up these public defender offices and just something to kind of quantify that in my mind so I know where we're at with that process. I do remember at one point in time, we had a prior director come in and ask us for more money. And when we left the room, we figured out like in 5 minutes that he had $8 million he didn't know he had. So that concerns me. Your opinions are formed by your history, and that's one of those things that I remember. So that's why I want to kind of look back and see where we are. So if you could provide that for the work session, that'd be great.
I'd be happy to. And some of the numbers are in the written testimony. There's a map that is part of page 2, and it shows a distribution of attorneys in the state. And the reason I included that was because I wanted everybody to have the information about where the attorneys are. So the numbers that we look at with attorneys is how many attorneys we have currently in our system. So employed attorneys, we have 35 employed defenders and parents unit attorneys, 2 types. And we have about 184 people right now that are on our assigned counsel, so are available to us to put different places statewide to staff cases. The proportion of them is in that map. So it starts with the Crown of Maine. There's 11 attorneys. That includes employed public defenders and assigned counsel. And it comes all the way down the state. It'll tell you which every region has. And you will notice when I give you that one pager that we've staffed cases starting in Aroostook and down East Maine in places that were harder to staff. The first office that opened in Kennebec County and the Capital Region office also serves Somerset County. And so there is a genuine investment and desire to ensure nobody gets left behind. And to make sure that we match the offices to the needs. We will need more employed public defenders in Aroostook and down East proportionately than we will ever need in Cumberland or York because of the dynamic you just described. And we're aware of that, and we want to be able to have the staffing flexibility to do that.
I had Representative Caruso first, and then Senator Carney.
Thank you. Good to see you as always. Just curious, do you have any unfilled positions currently?
Yes, we have 2 that went live yesterday. One is in Bangor and one is in Aroostook. But all of the positions are currently filled, and we hope that we're able to fill those 2. Those 2 areas are in critical need right now. If we got more staff positions and the flexibility to staff them, we would put another body in Aroostook immediately. As soon as we could fill it, which is a different issue.
Great. And if I could just clarify, you're in the 3rd initiative with your Cumberland County office and all the staffing, you're adding, if you're already very present in Cumberland County, why are you adding it in the new office there?
The intent would be to shift people from, if they're Cumberland County positions, we would shift them off the 1101 lines, which have statewide availability. It would take us more time. It would be very inefficient, but we could do it. We would shift them into Portland positions, and then we would take those 1101 positions and move them where they need to be. So if I don't have the statewide ability to staff anywhere, I would need to transition them to a Cumberland office position. And then I would take that 1101 position, which is not wedded to an office, and I would push it to Aroostook. Aroostook is my first stop. And then on the PC side, because it's statewide flexibility, I can use one of those as a PC appellate attorney. So the authority is there to do that.
Thank you.
Senator Carney.
I just wanted to let people who are interested in tracing the work that has done in the development of public defense services in Maine, let everyone know that there is an annual report that the commission puts forward to the Judiciary Committee. And it comes out on January 15th of every year. And you can see, you can trace the evolution of the commission and the work that's being done by Public Defense Services. And it has a lot of the data that people have been asking for today. And to turn it into a question for you, are those available on the Public Defense Services website?
I believe they are, and I'll make sure those links get forwarded today.
Thank you.
That would be very helpful. Thank you. I see no other questions. Thank you, Ms. Tarpinian, for being with us today.
Thank you so much for having me. Appreciate it.
And next, Amy Quinlan, State Court Administrator. Welcome.
Thank
Good
you very
morning.
much. Good morning. Good morning, Senator Rotundo, Representative Gatine, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Appropriations and Financial Affairs. And good morning, Senator Carney, Representative Kuhn, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Judiciary. My name is Amy Quinlan, and I am the State Court Administrator for the Maine Judicial Branch. I really appreciate your time today to come before you to talk about the Judicial Branch's supplemental budget requests for FY26 and FY27. From the beginning of her term, Chief Justice Stanfield has been clear about the need to make sure that the judicial branch has adequate resources to fulfill the court's mission of providing access to justice to all. The ability to fulfill this mission, you have heard before, it rests really on three different pillars. One is sufficient staffing. The second is a reliable and secure technology infrastructure. And the third is safe and accessible courthouses. Thank you. Thanks to you, we've been making great strides in those areas. So we're really appreciative. We're particularly appreciative of the support that you gave in the biennium to building the technology infrastructure. And we're very proud to say that our main e-courts project is on target. We should be done by the end of this year, early next. We will have rolled out our e-filing and electronic case management system to all states, all courts statewide in all case types. So thank you very much. Our supplemental request, however, focuses heavily on positions. And that is because while we are very grateful for the support for the technology that you gave last session, we did not get any of the FTEs that we had requested in the biennium, 28 of which were included in the governor's recommended budget. So I am back before you today to emphasize the need for those positions, many of which are critical to actually making the technology infrastructure that we're building work. It should be no surprise that right-sizing the judicial branch is our primary focus. I've come before you on several occasions to talk about the study that the National Center did for state courts that confirmed the need just in the clerk area of 54 additional clerk positions needed statewide. Now, we've been chipping away at that slowly, but the need is still there. And we've been taking some creative approaches to staffing, some of which you'll hear about in our initiatives, where we're looking at centralizing positions so we can meet some of the needs, diverting work from the local courthouses to those centralized positions. There's a couple of benefits to that. Number one is consistency, also easier to hire for with our electronic case management system and e-filing system. It will be possible for folks in Aroostook to be hired to look at cases in York County. So a lot of that work can be centralized. Really important from a clerk perspective because the work that they do is so important on the local level where they're answering questions at the window, they're in the courtroom with the judge, they're processing cases. That work is really tedious and time-consuming and important detailed work. So whatever we can do to centralize those functions is important. The positions that you'll see in our supplemental submission fall into three categories: those to support the technology infrastructure, 2, marshals to support our courthouses, and clerks who keep the process running. So you've heard this before, same theme here. As for our all other requests, they essentially fall into 4 different categories. The first is funding for court services, non-discretionary court services that include guardian ad litems, interpreters, mental health exams. Those continue to rise. Second, increased operational costs. Those are things like parking, utilities, postage, travel, and the like. The third category is funding to cover unexpected issues, particularly in our facilities in Lincoln and Newport, where mold remediation has resulted in significant cost. And finally, increased debt service to align the estimated debt service schedule submitted with LD 2090 with the actual debt service schedule for the 2025 A bond, which issued in August of 2025. LD 2090, as a reminder, gave the judicial branch the authority to issue bonds for courthouse construction projects in Hancock, Skowhegan, and Androscoggin counties. This does not seek to increase that bond amount. It simply seeks debt service to serve the bonds, the larger bond that issued in August, and I'll speak more about why we did that. The governor's recommended budget approaches our all other costs in a couple of different ways. The first is traditional through allowances for one-time and ongoing expenses. The second is in language, permitting the judicial branch to use salary savings to cover those costs. So essentially, to the extent that the judicial branch has a balance of personal savings, appropriations after all salary, benefit, and obligations are met would be transferred into the all other line to cover those costs. Those transfers are not considered adjustments to appropriations and are budget neutral, and that's an important point. We really appreciate the flexibility of this approach, but I want to note that it is not a long-term solution for increasing costs, and we will likely be back in the biennium to repeat our ask for some of those as ongoing costs. Turning to the initiatives on page 83, the first initiative. This initiative provides funding for the expansion of our centralized review of electronic filings submitted through Maine eCourts. Again, Maine eCourts is our new electronic case management system. When attorneys or self-represented litigants electronically file a document into the court, it first goes to a queue. And these electronic specialists make sure that that filing is compliant with the rules of electronic service. If they are, they're put into the court record. If they're not, they're returned to the filer along with guidance on how to correct and resubmit. These documents include initial materials as well as documents that are submitted throughout the life of the case. In addition to reviewing the filings in the queue and making sure they get to the right court record, these folks are providing valuable service to those members of the public that are e-filing into the system. This is a phone call or through email, and we found this approach to be incredibly important, particularly in our Region 3 rollout. We didn't have those specialists when we rolled out first in Bangor, but in Region 3, they proved to be absolutely invaluable. And also making sure that we have these cases go into the queue in a timely fashion. So it's really important that we get those cases submitted within a 4 business hour window. If we don't have these e-filing services, these e-filing review specialists, the clerks have to constantly go back and forth between the tasks that they're doing in the local courthouse and go back and review the queue. And it's incredibly inefficient in this way. We're following a model that's tried and true in Vermont and some of the other states that have implemented this, and it's proved to be a really efficient way to handle electronic filing. We are looking for 6 additional e-filing specialists that will help us meet the need for our statewide implementation, again, by the end of 26, early 27. The second initiative on page 83 seeks to add funding for 6 assistant clerk positions and 3 associate level clerk positions at our call center, the service center. Currently, the service center handles incoming public phone calls for trial courts in 5 of our 8 districts. We do not have those services in regions 4, 5, and 6. We recently rolled out Maine eCourts in Region 4, and that proved to be a really difficult hurdle to meet because we did not have this call service. So again, time-tested value of what the service center does. The service center actually can handle 80% of the calls that are coming into the Maine judicial branch. This is another example of a centralized service that we found to be a really efficient way, taking work away from the local courthouses so that they can attend to the needs that they need to, and then being able to do this on a centralized basis. Right now, those positions are located in Lewiston, but really they could be hired anywhere. Calls in Aroostook could be handled in York again. So this is a little bit of what I was talking about when I first started speaking about coming up with creative ways to approach the shortfall of clerks in the local courthouses. The third initiative on page 83. This initiative provides funding for one new IT security analyst position. The Maine Judicial Branch does not currently have a position dedicated to cybersecurity in its ranks. This is really important when we are building a technology infrastructure. Cybersecurity is an ever-growing threat, and we have to do all we can to make sure we're ready in the event of one and to prevent against it. This is particularly true with Maine eCourts coming online. And so this position is critical. We have some folks that can share some time doing this function, but we really need a full-time person dedicated to that, those tasks. Fourth initiative on page 83. This initiative provides one-time funding for increased transcript costs. The Maine Commission on Public Defense Services let us know that they were no longer able to cover this cost in civil commitment and yellow flag cases because these cases have to proceed and transcripts are essential to doing so. We had no choice but to cover those costs so the cases could continue. So we're looking for one-time funding to cover that shortfall. The next request on page, the fifth initiative is a reorganization. I've submitted as requested a attachment that identifies the reclassifications and reorganizations. Happy to answer questions, but I won't cover that now. Sixth initiative on page 83. This budget initiative requests ongoing funding to cover rising insurance premiums, which have increased both due to market escalations as well as our increasing operational footprint. As new sites come online, the total insured value of assets has grown, resulting in higher premium assessments, and we do not have the budget to cover those increases. The seventh initiative on page 83, this is tied to the fourth initiative on the same page. This has to do with funding for counsel appointed in those weapons restriction order cases and civil commitment cases. Again, MPDS let us know in August that they were no longer able to cover those costs and sent out notices to attorneys to request that they submit the vouchers to the Maine Judicial Branch. We've been covering those costs because it's important that those cases continue, and we're seeking one-time funding to cover those costs. The eighth initiative on page 83. This initiative provides funding for 2 new assistant clerk positions. I won't repeat the need. This is a annual request of ours to try to right-size the branch and make sure we have enough clerk staff. I've mentioned the study that corroborated the need for additional clerk assistance. I will mention that the strain on existing employees due to insufficient staffing has led to burnout and has contributed to turnover, although our vacancy rates right now are doing pretty well. And the other thing I just wanted to mention is that we try where we can to fill holes left by insufficient FTEs by using contractual resources where we can. It's not a terribly successful endeavor, however, because it takes months, even more, up to a year to bring on a clerk. These are temporary positions. You can see why that would be problematic, but we do use them where we can. The first initiative on page 84 provides funding for 3 new deputy marshal positions. We've come to you before, again, talking about the need for additional marshal assistance to provide entry screening at our courthouses, make sure that we're safe and secure, those that visit and those that work within the court facilities. That continues. Escalation, violence, incidents in courthouses is on the rise nationwide and in the Maine Judicial Branch as well. So we repeat that request, again, chipping away at the need for more marshal services. The second, third, fourth, and fifth initiatives on page 84 are reorganization and reclass requests, so I will not go into them now. They're on the attachment that I've provided. The sixth initiative on page 84. We are seeking funding to ensure the effective implementation of the Extreme Risk Protection Order Act passed by the Maine citizens. This new red flag law establishes a time-sensitive judicial process that allows certain family household members, law enforcement officer, or agency to petition the court for an order prohibiting an individual from purchasing, possessing, receiving, or having control of a dangerous weapon. We have asked for 6 positions to supplement that additional work, again, to be able to handle those expedited processes. That would include 2 district court positions, 2 assistant clerk positions, and 2 marshal positions. There's also some one-time funding included in that request. That has to do with the significant programming needed by both our legacy system, MEGIS, and Maine courts. Until MEGIS is deprecated, we have to do the programming in both, and that's what that would cover. The 7th initiative on page 84, this is the debt service that I was mentioning before. We're seeking an increase in FY 26 and 27. The original plan had been to go to bond in 3 tranches, 3 different groups. But due to inflation costs, we went ahead with the 2025 A bond for $150 million due to inflation costs, but also because of the good fortune of the ability to move forward with those projects more quickly than we had anticipated. This is a really good thing because the quicker we can get them done, the better cost, be more cost effective. So we're asking for an increase in debt service. Again, this does not increase the authority to issue bonds, but it does reconfigure the debt service to be more front-loaded to cover that initial bond of $150 million. I'm now going to turn to the language sections of the governor's recommended budget. As I noted, several of our all other requests have been included in the language sections. These sections provide the MGJB with the flexibility to transfer personal savings to all other costs to cover 3 specific categories of costs. Court services that are non-discretionary, increasing operational costs and costs associated with unexpected building remediations. Again, these are budget neutral. Turning your attention to Part HHH, Section FF 1 and 2. This language amends the authority that the judicial branch was given in the last biennium to cover increases in guardians ad litem, interpreters, and mental health exams, as well as temporary clerk services and marshal service contracts. Some of you may know that we use the sheriff's office in Lincoln County and in Somerset County to provide the security, and they are increasing their costs. So what this does is increase the cap, which had been set in the biennium at $750,000 to approximately $1.25 million each year, mostly because of the increase in the guardian ad litem, the court services that I mentioned. Part III, Section 1. This language authorizes the judicial branch to transfer personal services to all other up to approximately 1.2 in FY 26 and 1.15 in FY 27 to fund many increasing operational costs, including iPad replacements. We use these with our interpreters, in particular for interpreter services, costs associated with the Marshal's record management system, which is at end of life. They use that to track entry screening and the violent incidents that happen at our courthouses, rising utility costs, parking costs, additional costs for interpreters. This is a particular line that is increasing exponentially. Again, this is non-discretionary. These are services are required by statute. Some minimal costs associated with the implementation of the new case management system, largely to fund some contractual help to help us hit our mark by the end of this year. Rising postage and travel costs for staff and judicial officers. And finally, I call your attention to Part III, Section 2. This language, again, allows us to transfer from personal services to all other up to 223,000 in FY26 and 68,000 in FY27 to cover general facilities improvements, increased lease costs, additional filing, storage, and mold remediation, particularly related to Lincoln and our Newport District Court locations. That concludes my testimony on our initiatives, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much for the testimony, Ms. Quinlan. We have a couple of questions from Representative Fredette.
Thank you. I have two court hearings at 1 o'clock. I don't know if you know anybody. But I need to get out of here and get to that. But I have a couple of questions, and I thank you for your work. I thank the Chief Justice for the shout out during her State of the State address in regards to something that is related to my district, and that is the lack of a courthouse. And I'm passing around right now an article that was in the Bangor Daily News, where the longtime Newport clerk announced her retirement more than a year early because of the lack of a courthouse in Newport. And I'll be very frank, I had a recent case where a defendant in a case where I represented the plaintiff called me and said, you know, as we always do, we try to work out a case. And in this particular case, we were able to do that. But as a precursor to that, they made clear to me that they were not going to court in Bangor, which would have been the Newport District Court, because they didn't have transportation. So when we talk about, you know, we have a statute in place, and the statute says there shall be a courthouse in Newport. And for over a year, we haven't had a courthouse in Newport. This is about access to oral justice. This is about people in rural Maine that sometimes do not have transportation to get to Bangor. And I fear that if people aren't going to court on somewhat people might consider small matters, maybe some people also aren't going to court on big matters. Protection from abuses, DHS cases, criminal cases. So this is a big deal. And it's in statute. I've talked a lot about this. I think the committee has talked about this. I think it's important to get moving on a courthouse in Newport. And my recollection is, and I think the chair of the committee probably would know the answer, is that I think LD 1997 is something that was recently unanimously passed by the committee, which I think passed through the House under the hammer yesterday. I don't know if it went through the Senate, but it may have. But part of my question is that would the passage of LD 1997 provide the judiciary with the opportunity to move forward with building a courthouse in Newport?
We believe it would.
Okay. And so I'm aware that also that the judicial branch recently did I think it was a request for information in regards to locations in Newport. And I think there has been some conversations about a location in Newport for a courthouse. And I think that that's important. And as part of our process on this committee, as the chairman knows, once those bills pass through the House and the Senate, they come down and they sit on the appropriations table. And so as part of what I want to try to do to help out the judiciary is when LD 1997 comes down, is to ask to see if that could be exempted from the table, which means that it could move to the governor's desk much faster, which would get you more flexibility much faster. I think that's something that we can do, and I'm going to be asking the chair to be able to do that, given the fact that it did go through committee unanimously and under the hammer in the House and the Senate. And secondly, if that fails to work, I have provided you today with language of an amendment that I would submit to the supplemental budget to provide for funding to the judiciary to build that courthouse. I will close with, I've practiced law in Newport for 30 years. This goes to Representative Deschamps' point. When I moved to Newport 30 years ago, there were 9 lawyers practicing law in Newport. There's now me and maybe 1 or 2 others. Some of them are only practicing part-time. So access to real oral justice is real. I practice in Bridgeton, Calais, Holton, Belfast, Portland. And, you see this statewide. And there's a need for attorneys in rural Maine that aren't there. And more importantly, when you don't have a courthouse in rural Maine, that even makes access to justice even more difficult for people in rural Maine. And so I'm very passionate about this. I may be retired and by the time this courthouse ever gets built, but I will work to advocate to get this thing built because it's in statute and because it's the right thing to do. And I hope we can exempt LD 1997 from the table. And if not, I will submit my amendment to the supplemental budget to provide funding because it's the right thing to do. In a state budget that is $12 billion, we ought to be able to find a little bit of money to bond to build a courthouse, which is statutorily required in the town of Newport for southern Penobscot County, which I think covers some 20 towns in southern Penobscot County. And I think that's a priority. I heard your comments today. I heard about the positions. I don't have an issue with most of that. But I do have an issue because I think there's people that aren't going to court in Bangor because they either can't get there, they can't fund it, they can't afford an attorney in Bangor that sometimes those rates are $450 an hour. This is a real issue and for the committee, and I thank you for passing LD 1997 unanimously. But you got to be able to do this through government, and I'll leave it at that and get off to my hearing.
So the Chief Justice, I think, would agree with you, Representative Fredette. I think she spoke at the State of the Judiciary and emphasized her commitment to making sure that there's courthouses and justice served in rural regions. And what we've seen in Newport, what we've seen in Lincoln, frankly, we have all myriad of arrangements in different facilities across the state, from private landlords to arrangements with towns and counties. And these are not always easy to negotiate with leases that have long passed or existing on a month to month. I mean, so we're coming to you in part for 1997 with the flexibility to deal with Newport, but to deal with a much more fundamental issue, which is the ability to have flexibility to deal with these facilities issues when they come up. Who would have predicted mold? Well, I think we maybe all have some mold in our basements and things like that, but this is really serious health issues, right? That we need to address in these public courthouses, rural and in the city. The flexibility that 1997 would give would be phenomenal from a judicial branch operational perspective, because you got to deal with these things when they happen and not be delayed. So I appreciate that.
I'll leave with this, and thank you, Mr. Chair, with this last comment. I received phone calls from the media after the Chief Justice gave her state of the judiciary. And those people interpreted her comments as, we may need to close down the Newport District Court, or we may need to consolidate it into Bangor. That was not my interpretation. That was the media who had heard this and then contacted me. And so I'm not the only one hearing this. And I want that commitment from the judicial branch that, you cleverly use the word, may. There should be a commitment, because it is in state law, that we will get a Newport District Court back one way or another, unless you're going to change the law. And I'll leave it at that.
Yeah.
May I
You can respond, but again,
Right. And so the chief has said we're committed to going back to Newport, but ultimately where courthouses are and what resources we have to keep them open, to build them is up to you. That was the Chief Justice's point solely. It is a conversation that we need to have together. Newport is important, as is all of our courthouses. We do not take closing courthouses lightly, but it does need more resources. So it is a fiscal question. But I appreciate your support, Representative Fredette, because we want to get back to Newport as well.
Thank you. Any other questions? Go ahead, Jack. Representative Deschamps.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The first question I think is, I don't know that there's an answer to, but I'm going to ask it anyway. Was there any discussion with judiciary in the run-up to the weapons restriction referendum about the cost that this was going to be incurring for the people of Maine?
Yes.
Because I know we had a bill in and there was no fiscal note on it. And I just, when I see, oh, well, all of a sudden we have all these new costs, I'm concerned that I don't know that the people knew that it was going to cost them a couple of $1 million every year in additional costs. And that, I'll leave that alone because that's a done deal. And we just have to figure out how we make sure people know that beforehand. The second thing that I had was, I'm not sure I fully understand why the debt service wasn't taken care of in the biennial budget. Is it a timing thing?
It is a
or-
timing thing. Yes. Before the biennium budget, we had fully intended to go forward in 3 different groupings, 3 separate tranches, which would have spread out the increase of the debt service over time. What we ended up doing is going to bond for a larger amount, in the amount of 150 million instead of, I think initially it was supposed to be something like 55. That is largely due to inflationary concerns and supply chain issues and the fear that growing costs would bump that number up higher. And also, we were really fortunate. We weren't sure how it was going to end up. We had some issues finding a location in Hancock, but the town worked wonderfully with us. We have a location. And so it's a really good thing. We're ahead of schedule going forward with Hancock and Somerset now, and actually starting to plan Androscoggin ahead of schedule. The quicker we build those buildings, the more cost effective they will be, the more flexibility we'll have. But that is why that number has increased. So it doesn't increase the amount of the 205 that you gave us authority to go to bond for. It just front loads that debt service because we did the first tranche as 2 in a $150 million chunk, because we had the ability to go forward as quickly as we are on those 3 projects.
Okay. Lastly, I look at the idea that in part III, we're moving some money from personal services into all other for a variety of different things. In moving the money from personal services to these other things, is there a kind of a count of positions that are being either eliminated or we're going to have to refund those or whatever? I mean, the judiciary as of a couple of weeks ago had about 41 vacancies. And I'm just wondering if we're using that vacancy money and then we're going to have to backfill that down the road.
So my understanding of personal services is that every year, and this year is about 5%, is taken from the front end of the judicial branch personal services line. And it's put in a pot for later. And we tap into it sometimes minimally for overtime and things like that. But by and large, it does not go to pay for positions, and that's built off of a vacancy rate figure. This was done many, many years ago, and I'm probably repeating things I apologize. So no, this doesn't collapse any vacancies. We're carrying some vacancies. That's the vacancy rate that's calculated based on that 5%. Whether or not it covers everything that we're looking to do, I don't know. It really depends on, the filling of those positions. If we can fill the positions, we'll fill the positions, which means we'll have less for the all other costs.
Representative Lee.
Hello.
Hello.
My apologies if this question's been asked, and if you already answered it, just tell me you've answered it and I'll go check out the video. But the money that's been allocated for the extreme risk protection order, we understand that there's probably going to be some money necessary for PDS, for attorneys to be appointed for those cases. Is the amount that's been allocated to you the entirety of the amount that's been allocated for this in the governor's budget?
It is the amount for the judicial branch, yes.
Yeah.
The amount that's allocated is for 6 positions, 2 district court, 2 clerk, 2 marshal, and then some funding for programming.
None of which is PDS.
None of which is
attorneys,
PDS,
obviously.
correct.
Any other questions for Ms. Quinlan? Thank you very much.
Thank you for your time.
Okay. Thank you all for waiting patiently. We're now going to move to testimony from the public. I think we've got a little bit more than 20 people signed up. We are going to run a 3-minute clock, which I won't start until after you've introduced yourself. So I'm just going to go in the order in which people are signed up. And the first person on my list is Arian Clements. I think I can. Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
It is noon, right? Okay.
11:59.
We may, okay. Morning, nearly noon. Good afternoon, Senator Rotundo, Representative Gattine, Senator Carney, Representative Kuhn, and members of the Judiciary and Appropriations and Financial Affairs Committees. My name is Ariane Clements. I am a resident of Brunswick, Maine, a survivor, a parent of 2 girls in the Brunswick school system, and since 2016, the Executive Director of Sexual Assault Support Services of Midcoast, Maine, also known as SASM. I am here to testify in support of LD 2212 and to urge that you amend this section of the budget to include ongoing funding for the victims of crime backfill you prioritized last year, as well as for the increased sexual assault advocate salaries it also ultimately supported. I have worked in sexual assault prevention and response for more than 30 years. During that time, I have watched advocates across Maine deliver essential services to survivors and their families while working in chronically underfunded systems. We've asked highly skilled professionals to do complex, trauma-filled work for insufficient wages, resulting in a workforce meant to support survivors being itself in constant crisis. As the executive director of one of Maine's 6 sexual assault support centers, our agencies have lived the consequences of this. Low wages led to burnout, turnover as high as 60%, and the repeated loss of experienced advocates and trusted community relationships. When our advocate salary funding bills were left on the table in 2023 and in 2024, more than half of our workforce turned over statewide. In 2025, we again testified about the urgent need for wages for advocates. Funding was finally granted, but only on a one-time basis. That money has already made a measurable difference. With increased investment, centers have seen dramatic reductions in turnover from as high as 60% down to 15%, along with stronger continuity of care for survivors. Advocates have said things like, "This has given me a renewed sense of pride in the work that I do, and I feel encouraged to take on new challenges, continue refining my skills, and contributing even more to strategic goals." Many have expressed that without this increase, they wouldn't have been able to continue in this career. This funding is working, but temporary funding produces temporary solutions. Without permanent investment, we will slide backward. Beginning this summer, we will lose experienced advocates, disrupt services, and risk that survivors fall through gaps at the moment they most need support. The 19,000 people who experience sexual violence every year in Maine deserve a system that can give them that support when they need it. I urge the committees to help us stop repeating this costly cycle. Making this funding part of the baseline budget will stabilize the workforce, protect critical services, and strengthen Maine's responses to sexual violence. It is an investment in public health, community well-being, and survivor safety. The question before you is not whether this is funding that works. It is. It does. The question is whether Maine will sustain it before the progress we've made is lost. Thank you for your time and your consideration.
Thank you for that testimony. Any questions for Ms. Clements? I don't see any. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Representative Stover, do you want to introduce yourself?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon. It is afternoon now.
Indeed.
My name is Holly Stover, and I proudly represent House District 48, including the 6 coastal towns of Boothbay, Boothbay Harbor, Southport, Edgecombe, Westport Island, and South Bristol.
Thank you. So the next 3 people teed up to testify are Misty Richardson, Shara Burns, and Elizabeth Ward Saxel. No? Someone brought her teammate with her.
Yeah, it's my daughter.
Good afternoon.
Hi. Senator Rotundo, sorry if I mispronounce, Representative Gattazine, Senator Carney, Representative Kuhn, and members of the Judiciary and Appropriations and Financial Affairs Committee. My name is Misty Richardson. I am a resident of Lewiston. I'm a survivor of sexual violence and trafficking. I'm here to testify in support of LD 2212 and ask that you amend this budget to include ongoing funding for sexual assault services moving forward. The Advocates of Sexual Assault Prevention and Response Services, SAPRS, helped me feel safe by supporting me in my journey. In the beginning, when I left my exploitation with absolutely nothing, they provided me with a safe house as well as all of my basic necessities. This would not have been possible without funding. They also had advocates who would support me anytime, night or day. Without a living wage, we cannot keep these amazing, talented advocates who commit their time and effort and need to be there for the next person like me who needs them. I'm entirely grateful for the advocates who have supported me in my journey. Without this funding, they won't be able to stay in this work where they do so much good. I am able to stand here today and share my story because of SAPRS. Today, I'm a mother and productive member of society. 7 years ago, I didn't even know if I'd make it out alive, and now I'm thriving. That's because there are people who are on my side, available to help anytime, day or night. I urge you to support moving ongoing funding into the budget to continue to support sexual assault and prevention. This is important more now than ever, as there is a great need for it. Lastly, I want to thank you for your time and consideration. I'm happy to answer any questions that you have. Thank you.
Thank you very much for sharing that with us. Let me just make sure that Senator Carney has a question.
It's not really a question, but thank you so much for bringing your helper and also for sharing your experiences with us.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Hello, and I did sign up twice on 2 different initiatives. This one I can't do
I'm
that.
on to you. No.
Okay. I did want to support my advocates today. So this is not about the questions before about assistant district attorney positions, but what you're hearing about today. So Representative Gatine, Senator Carney, Representative Kuhn, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Appropriations and Financial Affairs and the Joint Standing Committee on Judiciary. My name is Shara Burns. I represent the Maine Prosecutors Association, and I am here to testify neither for nor against LD 2212, but to request that funding be added to the supplemental budget to meet the ongoing need of sustaining sexual assault advocates in their role through increased salaries. When this hearing was scheduled for Monday, Jan Collins, representing the Maine Prisoner Advocacy Coalition, and I planned to be at this podium together, providing testimony. Unfortunately, the new date didn't work for her. As you might imagine, we often find ourselves on opposite sides of bills, but we were among the 100 vastly different people and organizations who provided testimony last session, urging the legislature to increase advocate pay. In her testimony, Jan highlights the over 2,000 hours of service and nearly 800 people these providers served over the last 3 years who are incarcerated. From the Maine Prosecutors Association's perspective, a fundamental part of prosecution is to represent the state of Maine and achieve offender accountability and public safety, which includes the individual safety of crime victims. This cannot be achieved without collaboration from our community-based victim advocates whose work directly affects criminal prosecution. Our prosecutor response is dependent on effective victim services. The sustainability of the work sexual assault advocates provide is an integral part of the sustainability of prosecution in the criminal justice system. Sexual assault advocates are vital to the successful prosecution of sexual assault crimes. They serve as a conduit between the survivor and prosecution, helping keeping the survivor engaged when they want to be engaged in the process in a victim-centered and trauma-informed way. This request to fund sexual assault services so the advocate can receive wages that are appropriate for the demanding and difficult work they do. Advocate turnover directly affects the prosecution of sexual abuse crimes and can contribute to the delays in the criminal justice system. We need sexual assault advocates, and we need them to be able to remain in their positions. For these reasons, the Maine Prosecutors Association and Maine Prisoners Advocacy Coalition respectfully request that the funding be added to the supplemental budget to meet the ongoing need of sustaining sexual assault advocates through increased salaries. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Senator Carney.
Thank you very much, Chair. Would this initiative to increase salaries, would it also apply to those who work in the children's advocacy centers?
Yes, they are under the sexual assault services.
And can you just give us like a 1 or 2 sentence description of what those children's advocacy center staff do?
Yes, children advocacy centers are where children that there is some kind of reason we think they might have been sexually abused. They go to get what's called a forensic interview, which is trauma informed. It makes the child feel safe in an environment where they're able to disclose sexual abuse that has happened to them. And they are staffed by a forensic interviewer and a family advocate that can then also provide services to the family. They're greatly dependent on in the criminal justice system and other systems too.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I don't see any other questions.
Thanks.
Elizabeth Ward Saxel, Seth Levy, Lindsay Chasteen. I'm sorry if I mispronounced that. Good
I too
afternoon.
am double dipping today. I'm going to show up later for my friends at the Civil Legal Services. So
Okay,
be this-
I just want to let folks know, we've got another committee coming in at 1:30 and anyway, for everybody, including questioners. So if we could.
Senator Carney, Representatives Gatine and Kuhn, the members of the Joint Standing Committee on Appropriations, Financial Affairs, and Judiciary. My name is Elizabeth Ward Saxel. I'm here offering testimony in support of 2212 on behalf of the Maine Coalition Against Sexual Assault. We're deeply grateful for the funding these two committees made possible last session. We heard from advocates and Children's Advocacy Center staff in exit interviews and from those considering leaving the field that the top reason they were leaving or considering leaving was pay. It was not burnout from working every day to support Mainers in the aftermath of what might be the worst experience of their lives, not burnout from advocates being on call 24/7 and going to ER in the middle of the night, not burnout from CAC staff day in and day out interviewing children about sexual abuse they've endured. It was pay. Sexual Assault Support Center and CAC Center staff were taking on second and third jobs to stay in the field they loved or were leaving for higher pay to work in adjacent fields like child protective. As you've heard, the funding you all provided helped bring most staff from salaries in the 30,000s to a wage floor of 45 every year, which completely stabilized our critical workforce. Also, as you've heard, over 100 people provided testimony in support of the advocate wage bill in HHS. These initiatives received unanimous reports in HHS and the Judiciary Committee, top funding priority going to appropriations, and unanimous roll call on the House floor. We just need you to finish what you started. I've had the great privilege of supporting these advocates for more than 26 years, and this is the most important financial ask I have ever made. We desperately need an ongoing commitment to this funding now, or at the close of this session, these advocates will again leave the work that they love. These are skilled, compassionate people who are there every minute of the day for the 19,000 Mainers who experience sexual violence every year. Advocates, would you just stand up? This won't cost you $1 in this biennium. We don't need additional funding. What we need is for you to move this funding into the baseline. And I know what that means too. On behalf of the advocates and survivors they support, I urge you to provide ongoing funding for the VOCA providers and Maine Sexual Assault Support Center advocates and Children's Advocacy Center staff. Thank you, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you have.
Thank you. Again, Representative Stover.
I don't have a question, Mr. Chair. I just want to say thank you to all the advocates that are in the room today for all that you do.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, Senator Carney, Madam Chair. And all honorable members of these committees that are here today. I am Seth Levy. I'm a criminal defense attorney. I've been working for over 20 years, and I'm paid as a private attorney by PDS. I'm here to ask you to support the supplemental budget because I believe it's absolutely essential so that it will cover the costs of the shortfall for this fiscal year and next fiscal year. I wanted to come before these committees to give you kind of a true boots on the ground perspective, which is that when COVID hit and we were all in disrepair, the criminal justice system was really on its verge of collapse. And I think you all know that. I don't know exactly why, but we lost many, many attorneys. I think one of the reasons is because ultimately there weren't enough resources to support them to do their work. And regarding members, I'm sure that are present here, other members working on this, we have come out of a crisis. And as Director Tarpinian mentioned, we were at 1,100 people who didn't have counsel, many of whom were sitting incarcerated. And we are now down, I think she had said the number is something under 200 now, like 150. It's been a remarkable change. As an attorney on the ground, what I do is I work 5, 6, 7 days a week. I know people here work very hard too, as a lot of my colleagues do. I am going up to Bangor. I am trying to deal with the rural inefficient or the lack of counsel in the rural areas. I'm working in Portland. A lot of us are doing that. And as a result, because of the resources that have been provided up to date, we've been able to do that. I think it's really important for you to know that when I get paid, it's not just money that I put in my pocket. I have a staff member, I have an employee, I have rent, I have a bookkeeper, I have liability insurance, the list goes on and on. And it's actually a very efficient process. So that is something that the state doesn't pay. I pay that out of my pocket to keep my practice going to represent defendants. The other thing that we do that I think is kind of a hidden cost is a lot of my work as a criminal defense attorney representing only indigent people is helping them get into services and helping them so that most of my clients, 80% of my clients suffer from substance use disorder and then the crimes that come from that. That's probably not a surprise to anybody here. The work that I do keeps those people into services, gets them into places where they can live a more constructive, pro-social life. If this funding does not continue, if you stop now, after all the work that's come to this state, we will go back into the crisis. I will be able to go into my own resources to pay staff. I will try to cover the shortfall. I don't get off the cases. The courts points me to cases. If that money is not provided, I still have to represent my clients, which, by the way, I want to do. I am very proud of this work. I feel like it's God's work. I really do. But we will go back into that crisis. And I'm asking you to fund this because what is happening is that it is working. I have to tell you, it is absolutely working. And this is not the time to say, well, we got to get cold feet. I'm sitting here and I'm hearing all the demands that are being made of this committee for money. There's a lot of essential demands. I do believe this is a fundamental need, and you all have allowed it to work so far. And I really hope you will continue to do that. And the other thing I just want to say,
if you could summarize, just wrap up. Thank you.
Just my final thing is just to say that we have new leadership now at PDS, which is Freyla Tarpinian, and I'm telling you, you can have confidence in her leadership. And so I think if you allocate this money, it will be well put to use. And I appreciate the time to speak today. Thank you.
Any questions? I don't see any. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate that.
Senator Rotundo, Representative Gattine, Senator Carney, Representative Kuhn, nice to see you, members of joint committees. I'm Lindsay Chasteen. I'm a mother, a daughter, a sister, a wife, a friend, but I'm also the Director of Operations at the Office of Chief Medical Examiner. I'm here today to ask that you include funding in LD 2212 to include the Office of Chief Medical Examiner under Maine's 1998 Special Retirement Plan. The employees of the Office of Chief Medical Examiner choose to serve their community in a way that many people shy away from. Our society views death as a taboo topic, not to be discussed in polite conversation. We choose to make death care our responsibility. We carry the weight of seeing people as they died. We document their stories. We make identifications through scientific means. When a visual identification is not possible, we clean them up. We listen to their loved ones who speak through tears and disbelief as they share stories of the person they've lost. We shoulder the vicarious trauma and the grief associated with our work. We do this work with professionalism, compassion, and respect. We do it because it matters. We also do this work alongside law enforcement and the forensic lab staff, who both qualify for Maine's special retirement. We work the same cases, we share the same responsibility, and we're exposed to the same traumas, but we're not treated the same. OCME employees are excluded from the special retirement plan, even though our work carries the same burden and serves the same purpose. This is not about special treatment. It is about equal treatment. The special retirement plan exists because Maine recognizes that some public service comes with a greater human cost, and OCME employees carry that cost every day. We do this work quietly, except when I visit you folks. We do it because families deserve answers. We do it because justice depends on it. We do it because someone must. What we do is not easy. Someone once told me those who can must. When a loved one dies, people say, may their memory be a blessing. For my incredible crew and all of those who will come after us, I say, may their stories and our memories of them remind us that if we can, we must. I humbly ask this committee to please include funding in LD 2212 to include the OCME in the 1998 Special Retirement Plan as an opportunity to correct this inequity and recognize that OCME employees are equal partners in Maine's public safety and forensic system. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? I don't see any. I'm going to predict that we are not going to be taking a lunch break. So people who serve on either committee actually, but especially AFA, because we're going to have another committee in here at some point, should feel free to get up and grab some food and eat lunch here around the horseshoe if you'd like. Eric Hyatt, Neil McLean, and then Colleen Cosgriff.
Don't worry, it's not this long. It's just in print that I can see. Good morning, Senator Rotundo, Representative Gattine, Senator Carney, and Representative Kuhn, and the respected members of the Joint Standing Committees on Appropriations, Financial Affairs, and Joint Standing Committee on Judiciary. My name is Eric Hyatt, and I'm the Director of Laboratory and Morgue Operations at the Office of Chief Medical Examiner. You've seen me here before. I'm here to ask you to fund LD 137, which is the Act to expand the 1998 Special Retirement Plan to include the employees of the Office of Chief Medical Examiner within the supplemental budget. I did start this campaign for OCME's inclusion as a medical examiner's assistant on November 20th, 2019. 2,291 days ago. Since then, we have had 24,842 reports of death. And every morning we have a meeting to listen to each report and make sure that we've made the correct case decision and how we are going to proceed. We've taken jurisdiction on 14,606 of those cases. We've gathered records, we've examined, we've reviewed, and we've investigated them. We've processed toxicology for further study on 8,939 of those cases. Since that date, we have had 2,680 individuals come through our doors in many different states of being. Beautiful children to individuals in a state of being that Mr. King could not imagine. Each one was treated with respect and care by our team. 789 of these cases had x-rays. Now, between January 2nd and October 25th, 2025, we did 117 sets of x-rays, moving the body, et cetera, which equates to us moving 348,000 pounds of weight. There's 3 of us. You think I'd be in better shape. 239 of those cases were homicides, one individual or multiple individuals killing another. Again, beautiful children to the aforementioned stated individuals. There are 9 major crime units, 2 city departments, and investigators with the Attorney General's office that investigate these homicides and receive special retirement. The crime lab that processes the evidence we provide receives special retirement. Our staff sees each and every single one of those cases. We do not. We've responded to mass casualty events, Lewiston, the Bangor plane crash, the Maine maritime crash. We pulled decedent out of barrels, separated them from vehicles, tents, and furniture. We've walked through diesel-soaked woods recovering pieces from a plane crash. We deal with weapons left on or in the bodies, maggots, crabs, bugs I can't name, fish, rodents, and even 2 iguanas once upon a time. Not to mention the smells. Currently, the whole office gets to deal with those. And yes, we have a new office coming in HVAC. Yes, we are installing a Lodox to ease our x-ray burden. And yes, we now have additional staff to share the load. And we are most grateful. The physical help will be enormous, and we thank you. But we have still listened to 24,842 death reports. Every morning, we will listen to more reports, stories really, of the end of fellow humans' lives. The intake and investigative teams will talk with law enforcement, hospital staff, funeral homes, mothers, fathers, siblings, children in all states of mind to get the story of a person so we have a complete investigative picture. They will upload the scene pictures, consult family, question law enforcement and medical professionals to get a story we all sit and listen to the next day to figure out how we can best serve the dead in order to serve the living. It is how we choose to serve, but it's tiring and it's wearing. Since 11/22/2019, I have had 3 therapists ask me to find somebody else to talk to because they could not deal with the stories of death that I had to talk to them about. Please, please, fund LD 137 in the supplemental budget and let some of us make retirement with a little of our own lives left. Thank you for your time. And can I answer any questions?
Thank you, Mr. Hyatt. I don't see any questions.
Thank you.
So there are some folks who have signed up to testify twice. We don't normally allow that, especially when there's so many people in the room. So we're going to let everybody testify once, and then we'll see where we are from a time perspective. So next is Neil McLean, again, then Colleen Cosgriff, and then Beth White.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's an honor to be here in front of you today. Senator Rotundo, Representative Gattine, Senator Carney, Representative Kuhn, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Appropriations and Financial Affairs, and the Joint Standing Committee on Judiciary. My name is Neil McLean. I'm the District Attorney for District 3, which covers Androscoggin, Franklin, and Oxford counties. I am here to testify neither for nor against LD 2212. However, I am here to respectfully request that a new initiative be considered that would involve one new position for a prosecutor to continue our work on domestic violence and sexual assault. In District 3, the local Domestic Violence Resource Center has provided our office with an Office on Violence Against Women rural grant since 2013. For the past 12 years, this grant has been fully funded to cover the salary and benefits of one prosecutor who dedicates their efforts exclusively to crimes of domestic violence, sexual assault, and crimes against children. This grant was secured by our Safe Voices partners. The partnership that followed has been strong. It continues to be strong. Our collaboration in the fight against domestic violence and crimes of violence against children is proven and has served our community well. Last cycle of the OVW grant, concluded on September 30, 2025. During grant cycles, my office makes regular reports on the work we've achieved under the grant. In reviewing those reports over the last 15 months, the numbers of cases received and resolved under that grant are significant. From July 2024 through September 2025, my Oxford office received and processed 498 cases under that grant alone. The assigned grant prosecutor simultaneously was responsible for the disposition of 181 of those cases in that same 15-month period. We currently have 2 general fund prosecutors in Oxford County. The OVW grant position afforded us a 3rd prosecutor to specialize domestic violence, sexual assault, and crimes against children. Based on the UCD pending case numbers provided by the judiciary as of February 2026, the Oxford County office alone had 1,120 cases pending. This number does not include all cases that the prosecutor handles. But under that limited number alone, with only 2 prosecutors, they would be assigned 560 cases apiece. Additionally, under that significant caseload, neither prosecutor would be able to focus or specialize on domestic violence, sexual assault, child victim cases. That is essential to understanding the legal nuance of those types of complex cases, the attention, training, and resources needed to most effectively prosecute those cases, and the expertise that is required properly support survivor needs and achieve justice on their behalf is accomplished by having a prosecutor who is solely dedicated to that caseload. The OVW grant position had allowed us to do that for 12 years, and the communities we represented, the survivors we supported, public safety and justice all benefited. The OVW grant is not a new position to Oxford County. It is not a recent grant acquisition that we are voluntarily deciding to relinquish, step away from, and ask for funding through the state. Rather, it is a position that we acquired in 2013. It's a position that we've relied on regularly over the last decade with great success. Each one of those 498 cases, 180 moved to resolution, represent a violent crime perpetrated against a citizen and a survivor. We have made great progress with the Safe Voices partners, and through that grant, we will continue to collaborate with them. We would respectfully request you consider adding 1 position to the general grant so we can continue the good work that we've done. Glad to answer any questions anyone may have.
Thank you, Mr. McLean. I don't see any questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Colleen Cosgriff, Beth White, and Will Hayward. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, members of the Appropriations and Judiciary Committees. My name is Colleen Cosgrove. I'm a 3L at Maine Law. I'm working in the clinic, and I'm also a member of the Maine Law student organization, Students for the Sixth Amendment. This organization was founded by Maine Law students in 2022 to advocate for and educate on the topic of the Sixth Amendment right to counsel. I'm here today in support of LD 2212. My time at Maine Law and in the clinic has affirmed my desire to practice indigent defense in Maine. I found the defense bar here to be absolutely full of incredible people, and my hope is to remain in Maine to practice. And I know I'm not alone in this pursuit. In the 3 years I've been at Maine Law, I've witnessed an increase in the interest in criminal defense, especially the public defender's offices. Students at Maine Law want to be part of a vibrant and growing legal community that is working to address the state's current representation crisis. And during our time at Maine Law, we've seen how the uncounseled list has gone down, and we're very proud and inspired by the work of our community. However, there is a concern that these opportunities will not exist in Maine, especially for those early in their career, and that we may need to leave the state or find an entirely different area of practice to sustain ourselves. There is concern about budgets being cut and jobs being slashed. Many students at Maine Law have children, they have debt, and other responsibilities that make entering a potentially unstable career path impossible. Jobs in public defender offices offer opportunities for training and growth from skilled attorneys and staff that most importantly have the capacity to mentor new attorneys. Many students at Maine Law have already experienced the privilege of learning within the public defender offices through externships during law school. and many students wish to work at the public defender's offices after graduation. That being said, to date, many students have also left the state to pursue these opportunities because the open positions and the sustainability that they needed simply do not yet exist here in Maine. Or other students are seeking out areas of practice that are more stable at a time that we need criminal defense attorneys in our state. I do not want to leave Maine, and I don't want to see my peers leave Maine and take their talents with them. Students at Maine Law seek out Maine Law because they want to be a part of this community and they want to make a difference in Maine. Part of community building is ensuring that all people have access to a defense. And my peers and I want to be a part of upholding the Sixth Amendment in the state that I know we all care so deeply about. This bill supports both of those goals, ensuring that this area of practice is sustainable for the next generation of lawyers at the state's only, and I would say the best, law school, and upholding the Sixth Amendment. Thank you for your time. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Any questions? I don't see any.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Representative Gatine, members of the Appropriations Committee, Senator Carney, Representative Kuhn, and members of the Committee on Judiciary. I'm Beth White. I'm the Director of Politics and Legislation for the Maine Service Employees Association, Local 1989 of the Service Employees International Union. We're a labor union representing over 13,000 Maine workers, including workers in the judicial branch of Maine state government, the Maine Department of the Attorney General, the Maine Commission on Public Defense Services, and the Maine Office of the Chief Medical Examiner. And we also proudly support the advocates at SARSM. So first, I'd like to say we support the proposal to include $25.4 million in one-time funding to help pay for indignant legal representational services throughout Maine's public defender system. We also support the creation of new positions, including those to establish the Maine Commission on Public Defense Services Cumberland County office. These proposals would ensure that the state of Maine respects the constitutional right of Mainers when needed. Our members who work for the Commission on Public Defense Services have been dealing with especially large caseloads given the backlog of cases, and we're really excited about the progress that has been made on working that backlog down. They often end up with cases that are very time-consuming and that private attorneys don't want to take. I didn't have this in my written testimony since I mentioned it last week, but I do want to say we also strongly support including funding for advocate salaries for sexual assault response services in the supplemental budget. That has made a huge difference for our members over at SARSM and has greatly increased retention of qualified staff there. And we also support the funding changes behind the Human Rights Commission positions that with the uncertainty of federal funding. Lastly, though, I would like to respectfully ask that you please include funding for LD 137 and act to expand the 1998 special plan to include employees who work at the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner. As you've heard from our members, the work that those folks do is exceedingly difficult. It's traumatic. It impacts their professional lives. It impacts their personal lives. And as many of you probably remember, that bill was funded during the 2024 short session of the 131st legislature off of the special appropriations table. At that time, it was LD 610. The funding was then approved in the Senate, but unfortunately that legislation died in the House on veto day. And so we thank you all for funding that legislation at the time, but we feel, it's past time for us to just get this done and include funding for that special retirement plan in the proposed budget. I will flag that thank you, you have added new positions at that office. I've attached both the bill language and the fiscal note to my testimony. The fiscal note will need to be updated to reflect the fact that there are additional staff at that office now. We don't expect that would be a significant change, but I did want to make sure to flag that for this committee as you consider including that in the budget. Thank you so much. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Any questions for Ms. White? Good to see you again.
Good to see you. See you this afternoon.
We're going to let you go last, Beth, because, yeah. Good to see you.
Good to see you too. Good afternoon, Senator Rotundo, Representative Gatine, Senator Carney, Representative Kuhn, and honorable members of the Joint Standing Committees of Appropriations and Financial Affairs and the Judiciary. My name is Will Hayward. I'm a representative of Portland, and it is my great joy to be here in a personal capacity to testify in strong support of the public defense funding in LD 2212. As some folks in here may know, last fall I stepped away from my work as a legislative advocate to enroll at the University of Maine School of Law. And since I've been in law school, I've had the opportunity to learn about the core areas of the law, how to think critically and apply logic to the law, but most importantly, to think about how I can use a legal education and legal skills to really make a difference in my community. And when I think of the ways that I can go out and make a difference in my community, one of the most powerful and impactful is to serve in public defense to help address the need for the right to counsel in Maine. And in order for me and my fellow classmates to be able to go out and do this, we need to know that this system is going to be well-funded, is going to be supported by the state, both in this budget and moving forward. When I saw the supplemental budget came out, I went and I opened it up. I still remember how to read a budget, and I was very heartened to see the funding that was included in there. This budget has strong funding for public defense, and I just really want to urge this committee to keep that funding in there. I think it is so critical. What's proposed is very promising, and now it's incumbent on you all and the entire legislature to really fulfill the state's constitutional duty to adequately support and resource the right to counsel. And I'm a little over 2 years from the end of law school. Sometimes it feels longer than that. But I'm already thinking about my future for my fellow classmates. And we really want to be able to go out and serve our communities, help, support the legal system. And I think the right to counsel, it's one of those core constitutional things that it's so incumbent on the state to provide, and I hope that in the future, I and my classmates can be part of the solution. So I strongly encourage you to support the funding LD 2212. Thank you. It's great to see you all. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Hayward. Representative Ducharme.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Will you be providing your testimony so we can have printed copy?
Yes, I'll submit a written copy as well.
Thank you for coming up to join us today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And I think the next person on the list is actually going to go.
Yeah, I understand. I got the memo. Justice Mead, welcome. And then we have Eric McIntosh, Jeff Stanley, is that right? Yeah. And Ann Segalini. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Senator Rotundo, Representative Gettine, Senator Carney, Representative Kuhn, and distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committees on Appropriations and Financial Affairs. Before I get rolling, just a quick question/request. At the Supreme Judicial Court, when the lawyers are arguing in front of us, when they have a minute left, we turn on a yellow light, and 60 seconds later, a red light goes on and the hammer comes down. Would it be possible for you to give me a heads up when I've got a minute left?
Yeah, you should be able to see the clock there in front of you, but I'll get up and go like that.
All right, I'll be
right?
focused on you folks.
We're not as high tech as you guys are down in the law court.
Oh yeah, we got light switches and everything.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. I know many of you. For those that I don't, my name is Andrew Mead. I'm the Senior Associate Justice of the Maine Supreme Judicial Court. But I'm testifying here today in my role as chair of the Justice Action Group, which is a judge-led coalition created in 1995 that includes Maine's civil legal services providers and a cross-section of judges, lawyers, and others who support equal access to justice. Maine's civil legal services providers are doing amazing work. They're doing the good work of the law, the good work of the bar, and representatives are here today. I'll just ask any members who are here representing the providers who just stand momentarily just to show these people are doing great, extraordinary work, and we owe them a vote of thanks. Thank you so much. You're all well aware of the crisis on the criminal side. There aren't enough lawyers to do the work, and we're struggling with that. The other side that doesn't get a lot of press or attention is the civil side. People who are on the bottom rungs of the economy. Whenever there's a criminal case, a domestic violence case, of course, it goes to criminal court, but there's always a side action that has to do with the civil side of things. And as judges, we see people coming into court, unrepresenting and trying to navigate it. there's no governmental aspect to help them because it's not a constitutional thing, but these folks are doing that work. I just want to tell you today that we do respectfully ask that the legislature include 3 million in fiscal year 2026-27 supplemental budget to sustain the level of support through the second year of the biennium. Without that legislative action, the funding will drop by 3 million, resulting in an estimated 20% reduction in civil legal aid capacity statewide and 5,000 fewer Mainers receiving help next year. Civil aid is essential to the health, benefit, domestic violence protection, and other serious problems. Without these 7 legal aid providers in all 16 counties, all these people would go up presented, and it really falls to us to try to make up the gaps. Okay, we're running down here, so I'm getting ready for my exciting wrap up and dignified exit. Again, to summarize, the 3 million investment is absolutely critical to preserve these services. For decades, Maine has recognized that equal justice under the law means meaningful access to civil legal assistance. We respectfully urge the court to sustain that 3 million appropriation and continue our commitment, our aspirational goal of justice for all. And just to correct, my statement here says our aspirational goal of justice for all. When I say our, I'm not talking about the Justice Action Group or the providers. I'm talking about our commitment to justice for all. I know all of us sitting here believe in justice for all. This appropriation will help reach that aspirational goal. And I've got 4 seconds. I'm going to thank you, especially those of you who are sitting through your lunch hour. Okay, any questions?
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you for being here.
Thank you so much.
I spent many hours as lawyer of the day at Pine Tree in the early part of my career, and it was a great experience, and I learned a lot too.
I started as an intern in 1973, and the civil legal aid lawyers inspired me that this is what justice is about. These are the people doing the good work. So thank you, and thank you.
Thank you. Erin McIntosh. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Senators Rotundo and Carney, Representatives Gatine and Kuhn, and distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committees on Appropriations and Financial Affairs and Judiciary. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. My name is Erin McIntosh. I'm a third-year law student at the University of Maine School of Law, and I'm a student attorney at the law school's legal aid clinic, the clinics at Maine Law, as well as a resident of Portland. I'm here to testify in my personal capacity about the critical role the clinic plays in ensuring that low-income and vulnerable Mainers have meaningful access to justice. My time in the clinic has reminded me of something I had forgotten after so many semesters of law school, that the law isn't about statutes and procedures, it's about people. At the clinic, it's often about the most vulnerable people in our communities. As a law student, I have represented victims of domestic violence and human trafficking, inmates in our state's correctional centers, and people in our communities living with disabilities. These are individuals for whom legal assistance would be out of reach if it were not for the clinic. As part of the clinic program, the student attorneys attend the Protection from Abuse docket in Lewiston each week. On Fridays, we travel to Lewiston to provide limited representation to survivors of domestic violence, sexual assault, and stalking. This work is indispensable to our clients who gain an advocate who stands beside them in court, as well as to us student attorneys who gain hands-on experience in negotiation, advocacy, and managing real client relationships. I would like to share a story of one of my clients. I met her this past fall while working the PFA docket in Lewiston. She was 18 years old and seeking a protection from abuse order against her former dating partner. She was alone. No family or friends had come with her that day. All she had was her story of the abuse she had endured and a few text messages to corroborate it. By comparison, the defendant arrived with his attorney, witnesses, and what he claimed was credible evidence contradicting her account. My client and I had never met before that day, yet we were able to establish trust. She trusted me to tell her story, and I trusted her not to waver in what she had set out to do that day. We stood by each other through 5 hours of negotiations and another 2 hours in a final hearing before the judge. At the end of that day, my client received a 2-year protection order with findings of abuse. What struck me most about that day was not my client's courage, but how close she came to having no advocate at all. Without the clinic, she would have been one more young woman standing alone in a courtroom, facing an experienced attorney and a system she did not understand. Instead, she had representation, a voice, and a fair chance. This is what the clinic does every day. It fills the gaps between the rights people technically have and the rights they can actually exercise. It trains future attorneys to serve their communities with skill and compassion. And it ensures that justice in Maine is not reserved only for those who can afford it. I urge the committee to continue supporting the clinic's work. The investment you make in the program is an investment in access to justice, public safety, and in the next generation of Maine's attorneys who will carry these values forward. Thank you for your time and your commitment to the people of Maine.
Thank you for that testimony. Any Representative Sharm?
Thank you very much, Chairman Gattine. I don't really have a question, but I just have to comment that maybe a year and a half ago, whatever it was, when the new building opened, I came down and talked with a number of first, second, third year law students. And we were talking about how the law school can help with legal services and so forth. And so to hear you and Ms. Cosgrove come in and talk about what you guys have been doing as students, just, it makes me happy because number one, it gives you guys experience and it helps us fill the gap that we have. And I just wanted to say that I appreciate the work that you guys are doing. So thank you.
Thank you.
Jeff Stanley and Segalini, Rachel Oren.
There you go.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Senators Rotundo and Carney, Representative Gattine and Kuhn, and esteemed members of the Appropriations and Financial Affairs Committee, and esteemed members of the Joint Standing Committee on Judiciary. My name is Jeffrey Stanley, and I live in Aroostook, and I serve as a client community board member for Pine Tree Legal Assistance. I'm here today to urge you to sustain funding for the Maine Civil Legal Services Fund, which allows PTLA and 6 other nonprofit providers of civil legal services to people in need all over Maine. I don't ask this just as a board member, but as someone who is homeless with a wife and a young child with health issues just a little over a decade ago. My path to homelessness was pretty sudden. I had worked as a firefighter for nearly 20 years, but had to step away from this job that I loved due to debilitating injuries and surgeries and PTSD. And just months after losing my ability to work, my wife's company closed and she lost her job. Talk about like a perfect storm. So some might say that we lost everything at that point, but we hadn't lost each other. And the other thing was we had Pine Tree Legal Assistance. Through their help and others, my family found stability. And because of that stability, my daughter is graduating from SMCC this spring, political science. So she might be here someday. After my recovery, I dedicated my life to working with the homeless service organizations. My advocacy is informed by the people I see every day. We often use homelessness as a catch-all term, but it hides a complex reality. There are chronically homeless. They're often struggling with disabilities or mental health, substance abuse. There are episodic transitional homeless. often forced into the streets by single catastrophic events similar to my own, job loss, injury. And then there are hidden homeless, the couch surfers, and they don't show up in official data because that's just the way the count works, but they're no less vulnerable. Right now, the number of unsheltered people is growing across Maine for many reasons. Yet at the exact moment of crisis, legal services, eviction defense, housing rights, the provider's funding is threatened. And if there's no one to protect them, their rights are basically meaningless. So we're not just asking for funding, we're asking for the resources to ensure that the next family facing the same sort of issues that my family faced will be given the same chance to succeed as my family was. I urge you to appropriate at least $3 million to the Maine Civil Legal Services Fund for the upcoming fiscal year in order to prevent a sharp cut in services starting in July and to protect the futures of families like my own. Thank you, and I'll take any questions.
Thank you for being here and thank you for sharing your personal story. Any questions? I don't see any. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, Senator Rotundo, Representative Kateen, esteemed members of the Appropriations and Financial Affairs Committee. Good afternoon, Senator Carney, Representative Kuhn, and esteemed members of the Judiciary Committee. Thank you for this opportunity to speak to you and share my story. My name is Ann Segalini, and I live in Kennebec County. As a survivor of domestic violence, I want to explain how legal civil service aid helped my children and me escape years of abuse and rebuild with safety and stability. When I was fighting for our freedom in the face of relentless physical, emotional, legal, financial, and mental torment, civil legal aid did more than help me establish legal boundaries. It gave back my life. It gave my children safety and a stable home, and provided us with a future that years of abuse tried to steal from us. And after finding the courage to leave, post-separation abuse began. My abuser weaponized the legal system, violating protection from abuse orders, the divorce decree, and dragging me through years of prolonged litigation as a tool of control and an attempt to drain my limited resources. And unlike criminal cases, civil cases have no set timelines, allowing them to drag on for years and delaying justice for survivors. Legal aid secured foundational protections for me and my children that made freedom financially possible, though enforcing those same protections remains an ongoing challenge. Civil legal aid changed my life and helped me break the cycle of abuse. The financial burdens of legal battles can be overwhelming, especially for survivors who, like me, were isolated and financially dependent on their oppressor. No parent should ever have to choose between providing the necessary provisions for their children or securing legal protections. Pine Tree Assistance provided the representation I needed to challenge the post-separation power imbalance in a court, and it helped me rebuild the dignity while creating a better future for my children. Funding civil legal services ensures our families can escape the cycle of abuse, achieve independence, and build safer, stronger communities for the future. I urge you to prioritize funding for the civil legal services. Please include $3 million in the fiscal year 2026-27 supplement budget, in addition to the $1.3 million baseline for Maine Civil Legal Service Fund to sustain these services. Parents and children must know that they're not alone and that resources do exist to help them reclaim their God-given life, liberty, and peace from harm. No domestic abuse survivor should have to face their abuser alone in a courtroom or continue years of trauma while fighting for legal safety. Civil legal attorneys are heroes, and they provide the protection support needed to navigate the court system process
giving families like mine the strength and the hope to finally move forward into a purposeful life. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for coming up here and sharing that with us. Let me just see if there are any questions. I don't see any. Thank you again.
Thanks.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Rachel Oken. I live in Falmouth. I am a practicing attorney here in Maine, but I'm also here today in my role as the president of the Maine State Bar Association, which is a trade organization representing approximately 2,500 attorneys. We are here today to support both the funding for Maine Commission on Public Defense Services and the funding for civil legal aid. But I do want to focus my testimony on the funding for civil legal aid here right now. But my written testimony does talk about both. So you just heard what extraordinary value that civil legal funding provides to our state. These organizations help low-income Mainers resolve so many issues, including housing disputes, domestic violence matters, protection orders, benefits issues, and other civil legal problems that directly impact safety and stability for so many people in Maine. For example, when a tenant facing eviction has legal representation, the case often resolves more quickly and fairly. Families are far more likely to avoid homelessness, and that prevents additional strains on shelters, municipalities, and the court system itself. When both sides in a civil matter have counsel, courts function more efficiently, and that efficiency has fiscal benefits. Proceedings move faster, and it reduces the strain on clerks, judges, and public systems. And it helps prevent the downstream costs related to housing instability and family disruptions, as you've heard today. Without additional funding, providers are going to have to reduce their services statewide. That means fewer people with lawyers in court, more individuals trying to navigate complex proceedings on their own, and more pressure on an already strained court system. Members of the Maine State Bar Association contribute significant pro bono services across the state, but volunteer efforts cannot meet the overwhelming need. The demand for legal assistance far exceeds the capacity of private attorneys donating their time, and that goes for both civil and criminal matters. In both contexts, indigent defense and civil legal services, stable, sustained funding is essential, not only for the vulnerable Mainers who rely on these services, but for the integrity and efficient functioning of our judicial system as a whole. Thank you for your time and consideration of this funding. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for the testimony. Any questions?
Thank you.
Thank you. So the last three folks signed up on our list, and then we have one person on Zoom. We have Charlie Digman, John Radigan, and Ed Kane. You are up, Mr. Dingman.
Good afternoon, Senator Rotundo, Representative Gatine, Senator Carney, Representative Kuhn, and all of the members of both the Appropriations and Financial Affairs Committee and the Judiciary Committee. Thank you for doing what you're doing and for hearing us today. I am a practicing attorney in Augusta, Maine, and I serve as a co-chair of the Justice Action Group Legislative Committee. And you've heard about the Justice Action Group and about the providers that we work with already. I won't reiterate. I won't read my testimony. I just want to leave you with a few final thoughts. First, these 7 providers work incredibly well together. They meet on a regular basis, consult with each other, make sure they share resources wherever they can, that they focus their attention on what they know how to do best, and that they avoid duplication. Every dollar that is appropriated to this work is spent with extraordinary dedication and efficiency. Secondly, I just want to repeat what's happening here. We are asking you to avoid a $3 million cut in what is appropriated to the Maine Civil Legal Services Fund to support this work. That will amount to a 28% reduction in the capacity of these providers as a group to meet the needs of Maine people who can't afford a lawyer and who are facing a life-changing civil legal issue. That's 5,000 clients a year. The Justice Index calls for 10 civil legal aid lawyers per 10,000 low-income people. For years, Maine was a little bit below 2 per 10,000. Thanks to the support of this legislature and the previous legislature, we have moved that number up to a little over 3 per 10,000. This cut will put us back below 2. Please do not let that happen. I'm going to share with you a few documents, and I apologize that these aren't collated, but I'll hand them to your clerk. And I think they're all valuable for you to have as resources as you consider this issue. The first is a point of information that we often share with you. That is a chart which shows you which agencies do which kinds of work and where you can send constituents who need their help. The second, I had copies to hold up while I hand them to the clerk, but I'm not.
That's all right.
Now we've got 28 seconds left.
We'll
This
get them,
one,
don't worry.
This one is a map. And you've seen this map before, if you've confronted us before. We've shown you how many people in each county are served over a biennium. What we've added is the number of people over a biennium who won't be served, the number that's going to have to be subtracted if these funds are cut. And the third document is just a compendium of basic information about the impacts of these services. Thank you. About the impacts of these services all across the state, particularly in this time when we are facing such dramatic federal cuts in so many programs that these providers help people to find and use. And that's all I have. Thank you. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Digman. Any questions?
Thank you.
Thank you for being here this afternoon.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
Chair Rotundo, Chair Gattine, Chair Carney, and Chair Kuhn, distinguished members of both Judiciary and Appropriations Committees. My name is John Brodegam. I'm here on behalf of Legal Services for Maine Elders. I submitted written testimony on the topic that you just heard from the last half dozen witnesses, and I'm not going to get into that today. I'm going to talk with you about another issue that may be coming before you shortly. I'm referring to the question of the costs that are going to be required to begin the process of moving Maine's probate judges into the judicial branch. I don't think anyone else will testify on this today, so I just wanted to bring this up to your attention. This may come up in the context of this, the supplemental budget or in other appropriations contexts. This is LD 1766. It's sponsored by Senator Carney, and it was approved by the Judiciary Committee. After decades of consideration, Maine is now potentially on track to finally consolidate the probate judges into the judicial branch. Folks who are not involved in probate probably don't know much about this court, but it is a very important court. It decides fundamental questions of people's liberties, their rights. It decides guardianship cases, conservatorship cases, various family cases, financial cases. It's quite a collection of important matters that come before the probate courts. But the core problem with the current system is that there's a built-in conflict. It's created by the fact that lawyers, practicing lawyers, play the role of judge in probate court in their spare time. The conflicts resulting have long been acknowledged, and people agree that it's happening. This is something that would be unconscionable and impossible to imagine in other contexts. For example, imagine a Superior Court judge who hung up their shingle to practice law. They would immediately be subject to discipline and possible debarment. But yet probate judges who are paid as little as $30,000 a year, we're practically telling them that they have to do this because there's no way that they can make a living on that kind of income. So they routinely practice law in other probate courts. This bill that you'll hear about creates a merit-based probate judge system, appointed judges. It ends the part-time structure. It reduces the number of judges from 16 to 9, full-time qualified jurists. And it finally fulfills the 1967 constitutional amendment that was approved by the voters. Now, let's get to the funding. To ensure that this happens smoothly, the judicial branch has wisely determined that a certain amount of planning and project management resources need to be put in place as this unrolls. And I can say more about that, but the judicial branch, we're pleased to say, supports the direction of this bill. Discussing this in the committee, Julie Finn said, there's no question that this will be a huge project and it will be difficult, but it's the right thing to do for the people of Maine, and we couldn't agree more. So please consider supporting the startup funding when that measure comes before you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions? I appreciate that. Thank you. Mr. Kane. So Mr. Kane's the last person signed up in the room, and then I'll call for anybody else who's in the room that still might want to testify.
Chair Rotundo, Chair Gattine, Chair Carney, Chair Kuhn. My name is Edward Kane. I live in Cape Elizabeth. I've been a lawyer in Maine for I had the honor, like you, of serving in the Maine legislature for 8 years. And it was, I think Representative Brennan was there as he is now. The only reason I'm here today, my goal is to make this the shortest testimony you're going to hear today. I've had a long, unusual career, over 40 years in law in Maine, and it's a big firm, small firm, but largely representing businesses and largely representing cases, working on cases where it was, the economic regulation of business by government. But what I've been doing since last summer is PDS. And so I think that I have some mentors and they've been extremely helpful, and it has been very challenging work. I just want to say that with respect to this delay in paying and allowing the funding, it's very destructive. So it's not as if your choices are, shall we pay it or shall we not? You're going to have to pay it. Constitution is going to require that be paid. But I think the problem for you is, how are we going to pay it? What's the least destructive way we can pay it? And I think, you have a new director here. She's the captain of the airplane, you might say. She's inherited it. It has some good points and some bad points. But the idea, I talked to a guy the other day who was a really, really accomplished PDS attorney. All he wants to do is indigent defense, but he can't do it anymore because he just said, I just can't. I can't not know whether or not I'm going to be paid. I can't not know when I'm going to be paid. And so he's taking, he's taking private cases. And he said the other day, this is, that he has already made a lot more so far in the last several months than, doing that for the first time than through his work at PDS. So look at it as mental fatigue in that airplane that has been handed to Director Tarpinian. And it is, it's not easy to see, but it's there and it's destructive and it's insidious and it's going to cause a lot of harm. So that's all from me. I'll be happy to answer any questions. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Kane. I don't see any questions. Thank you. Sir, anyone else in the room here to testify related to any of these portions of the budget, subject to the jurisdiction of the Judiciary Committee? I don't see anybody. Linda, do we still have somebody on Zoom? We don't have anybody on Zoom. Oh, all right. So that brings us to the end of this portion of the public hearing. I want to thank our colleagues from the Judiciary Committee for joining us. We very much look forward to your report back. And AFA members, we are scheduled to start at 1:30 with the ACF committee. Senator Talbot Ross, you going to hang around with us for a little while longer? That's great. Thank you very much. We'll be back on mic at 1:30.
Thank you.
You have your mic on? Representative, your mic on.
Good afternoon. Welcome to our final convening with one of the policy committees regarding the governor's proposed supplemental budget. This afternoon, we are joined by our colleagues from the Agriculture, Conservation and Forestry Committee to hear portions of the proposed supplemental that pertain to their jurisdiction. We're going to start out this afternoon with a quick round of introductions, beginning to my right with Senator Rennie.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Hello, everyone. I am Cameron Rennie. I represent Senate District 13, which is most of Lincoln County and the towns of Washington and Windsor.
Good afternoon. I'm Jack Dusham. I represent the towns of Madison, Norridgewock, and Cornwall in District 71.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for being here. My name is Decca Dalak. I represent House District 120, which is part of South Portland.
Representative Malak. Comes around quick.
It does, doesn't it? Good afternoon. My name is Ann Matlack. I live in the town of St. George, and I represent House District 43, which includes the communities of Cushing, Thomaston, South Thomaston, St. George, part of Owl's Head, all in Knox County.
Good afternoon. My name is Amy Arata, and I represent House District 104, which includes New Gloucester and part of Gray.
And I'm Drew Gattine. I represent parts of Saco, Scarborough, and Westbrook in the main house. Senator Talbot Ross and Representative Pluker, would you like to lead the introductions of your committee?
Thank you so very much. We're pleased to be here this afternoon. We're going to start our introductions on our far right with Representative Cooper.
Representative Mark Cooper, District 107, part of Wyndham.
Representative Dean Cray, I represent District 69, Palmyra Highlands, St. Albans, Canaan, and Detroit.
Hi, everyone. I'm Sharon Frost. I represent District 58, 6 wonderful towns: Belgrade, Rome, Mount Vernon, Vienna, Fayette, and New Sharon.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Allison Hepler, and I represent the towns of Aroustic, Georgetown, Phippsburg, Woolwich, and West Bath in Saginaw County.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Jim Dill. I represent House District 26, which was Old Town, Bradley, and Penobscot Nation Voting District.
And I'm Bill Pluker. I'm the House Chair of this committee. I represent House District 44, which is Warren, Hope, and Union. And congratulations to our AFA members who are making it through all their public hearings today.
Thank you. I don't know if
And I want to thank you again, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, everyone. I am the Senate Chair for Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry. My name is Rachel Talbot Ross. I proudly represent Senate District 28, which is on the peninsula of Portland. It includes the University of Southern Maine campus and some of Pasco Bay Islands.
Thank you. Really happy you're here today. Representative Brennan, would you like to introduce yourself?
Good afternoon. My name is Michael Brennan, and I represent District 115, which is part of Portland.
Great. So the way we're going to proceed this afternoon is we're going to hear testimony from the administration regarding the items in the proposed supplemental budget. We're going to hear from Commissioner Beal, obviously, and then we're also going to hear from Commissioner Camuso, who wants to provide testimony regarding an item related to ACF. So, and then once that is completed, we're going to hear from the public who have signed up to testify. So without further ado, Commissioner Beal.
Good afternoon, Senators Rotundo and Talbot Ross, Representatives Gattine and Pluker, and members of the Joint Standing Committees on Appropriations and Financial Affairs and Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry. My name is Amanda Beal, and I'm the Commissioner of the Department of Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry. I'm here today to testify in support of LD 2212, the Governor's Supplemental Budget Proposal for State Fiscal Years 2026 and 2027. This testimony addresses each item proceeding sequentially from pages A6 through A12 and includes language found on pages 10 and 49 through 54. And because it is Friday and right after lunch, and this room is very warm, I'm going to not read the next 2 paragraphs to you, which you are probably very familiar with at this point in time, one of which talks about what we do as a department, and I'm going to pick up on page 2 here. The state's collective bargaining unit agreements include negotiated language related to this process. Reclasses may be employee, usually referred to as reclass, or management initiated, usually referred to as reorganization. Approved employee-initiated actions include a retroactive pay component back to the date the request was signed. Our department's reclass and reorganization requests are summarized at the end of testimony as Appendix A. While we won't read the specifics, we have included the Blippi and justification in this testimony on the relevant pages in italics for your reference. Our proposal includes allotment adjustments, the result of the state's independent revenue forecasting committee. Our RFC adjustments are summarized at the end of this testimony as Appendix B. And again, we won't read the specifics, but we have included the Blippi and justification in this testimony on the relevant page in italics for your reference. Our proposal also includes language in Part AA requesting the move of some personal services to all other. This language will allow DACF to self-fund a small number of emergent operating expenses through this biennial. This amounts to $236,531 and $309,136 in fiscal year 26 and 27 respectively. I will be testifying in detail on what our agency needs are related to the amount in this language. You will see that our supplemental budget requests address urgent and ongoing work and critical needs within our programs. Of the 19 initiatives and 13 language items you will be asked to vote on in this budget, 3 are related to position reclassifications approved by the Bureau of Human Resources, and 10 are generally housekeeping in nature. Hopefully, these introductory comments provide helpful background information as you consider the following initiatives. In addition, there are 2 language requests I will address toward the end of my testimony. So under the Bureau of Agriculture, the first initiative on page A6 continues one limited period contract grant manager position previously continued by Financial Order CV0824 F6 to create sustained capacity within the Bureau to administer both one-time and ongoing financial assistance programs. This position would end on June 19, 2027. The next initiative on page A6 transfers funding from fiscal year 2026 to 2027 to fiscal year 2025-2026 to replace a somascope for the Milk Quality Lab, an essential piece of equipment to measure milk quality. Next, under DACF administration, the only initiative in this program on page A6 provides funding for the approved range change of one natural resource marketing and economic development specialist position and is included in Appendix A. Next, under the Division of Forest Protection, the only initiative on page A7 provides funding for the approved reorganization of 3 forest fire prevention specialist positions and is included in Appendix A. Forest Resource Management. There are 4 initiatives for this program beginning on page A8. These move 4 vital forest health and forest management positions from federal funds to general fund due to the reduced or proposed elimination of federal funding for these critical operations. Next, under Geology and Resource Information. The initiative in this program on page A9 corrects the legislative count in this program related to a limited period position that was transferred previously to the main Office of Community Affairs. Next, under Harness Racing Commission, there is 1 initiative in this program on page A9 to reflect the December 2025 revenue forecast and is included in Appendix B. Land Management and Planning. The first initiative on page A10 provides funding for the approved reorganization of 1 senior technician position to a lead technician position and is included in Appendix A. And the next 3 initiatives on page A10 address a financial deficit in public lands due to a dramatic decline in state and regional timber markets. These initiatives reallocate 2 positions and provide a one-time appropriation in fiscal year 2026 for public lands operating expenses. The corresponding increase for these 2 position reallocations are on page A11 in the Parks General Operation Program. Next up, we have the Milk Commission. There is one initiative in this program on page A10 to reflect the December 2025 revenue forecast and is included in Appendix B. Under Off-Road Recreational Vehicles Program, there is one initiative in this program on page A11 to reflect the December 2025 revenue forecast, which is also included in Appendix B. Under Parks General Operations, the two initiatives on page A11 reallocates personal services for two positions, as mentioned in the Land Management and Planning Program on page A10. Under the Pesticides Control Board, the one initiative in this program on page A12 reallocates one Environmental Specialist 3 position to align funding with this work. And now for language. Part F on page 10 changes the amount to $4 million that the governor, during a declared state of emergency, in accordance with rules adopted by the Commissioner of DACF, may distribute from the stabilization fund to nonprofit entities, including food banks, food pantries, and soup kitchens that provide or distribute food to low-income, indigent, or unemployed individuals or households without charge. Part U on page 49 changes the name of the Farmers Drought Relief Grant Program to the Farmers Drought Resilience Program to better reflect the program's purpose. Part V on pages 50 to 51 creates two new trusts within the Land Management and Planning Program to enable the investment of funds to provide perpetual funding for conservation easement monitoring and enforcement, and to enable strategic investment of funds for a balance of growth and liquidity as agreed on by DACF and the Treasury. There is an error in the language as proposed. Section V1 as written should be voted out. Ideally, the department is not proposing any changes to this portion of the statute. So we want to leave it as it was. The addition of sections V2A and V2B is accurate, and we are requesting that those be voted in. Part W on page 51 authorizes the state controller to carry forward up to $500,000 of unspent funds in all other to complete the replacement of the feed, seed, and fertilizer database in the Bureau of Agriculture, Food, and Rural Resources. And Part X on page 51 authorizes the state controller to carry forward up to $1.5 million of unspent funds in capital expenditures to complete the replacement of the licensing and inspection database of the Bureau of Agriculture, Food, and Rural Resources. Part Y on page 52 authorizes the state controller to carry forward up to $750,000 of unspent funds in capital expenditures to complete the upgrade of the Coney Road facility in Augusta. Part Z on page 52 can be voted out. Funding to begin this work will be provided by the Maine Government Facilities Authority. This is one of the two language items I mentioned in my opening remarks that I would bring up at the end here. With a change, I should say. Parts AA1 through AA6 on pages 53 to 54 authorizes DACF to transfer funds, if available, from personal services to all other or capital expenditures to fund vehicle leases, early detection and response to eradicate invasive stiltgrass, update Maine's official list of threatened and endangered plants, various technology upgrades, stakeholder engagement for the comprehensive land use plan update, and for facility maintenance at the Old Town Hangar. I would also like to speak in support of language Part S found on page 40 under the Department of Administrative and Financial Services to fund the stabilization of Geographic Information Service, or GIS, service functions. GIS is critical to DACF operations, and support for this is essential to our work. And lastly, I want to take your attention to Appendix B. I am introducing and offering an amendment for consideration, which is language part UUU that Commissioner Clark mentioned when she was here before AFA on February 25th. The language is the result of collaboration with the governor's office, stakeholders, and natural resource agencies, and would secure ongoing funding for both the Land for Mains Trust Fund and the Irrevocable Trust Fund for other post-employment benefits for the state employee plan by redefining the distribution of the Budget Stabilization Fund investment earnings. This concludes the presentation of DACF's supplemental budget, and I, along with some of my colleagues here, would be happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any questions for the ACF Commissioner? Representative Arata.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for being here this afternoon. I didn't catch, I'm looking for it, on page A10, the initiative that gives $2.25 million from the general fund for public lands operational expenses. What can you delineate a little bit what that money will go for specifically?
Yes, and that was the $2.25 million?
Yes.
Yes, I'm happy to. And in fact, I think you have before you, we had the opportunity because of the snow day on Monday to meet with the ACF committee a couple of times this week so they could ask questions. And that was something that they really wanted to know more about. So we've prepared, it's about a 3.5-page document that I think might be in front of you. If not, no, it's
I don't
not.
think we have it yet, Commissioner.
We will make sure you get that, but it's about 3.5 pages long. And it really walks through why it is that we are asking for those funds. In a nutshell, our funding model is really tied to timber harvests. And I think most people are aware that the timber markets have been in decline. It's not just our public lands that are really challenged by what's happening in the forest sector in terms of the economics. And so because our funding model is really based on timber harvests, income from timber harvests to pay for the stewardship and monitoring and upkeep needs of our public lands. As those revenues go down, we have less and less money to do the work that we need to do. And so we've laid that out in that 3.5 pager. You'll see the trends, the market trends. You'll see what it is that we've tried to do to really cut costs, cut expenses. But ultimately, I think where this is bringing us to is knowing that we have to have a bigger conversation about the model for funding for upkeep of our public lands going forward.
And by upkeep, what do you mean?
Well, I mean, we provide access, public access for a wide range of activities, from hunting to, ATVing, snowmobiling, hiking, just across the board, a lot of different types of access on our public lands for the public. And it costs money to do that. We have to keep trails up. We have to keep roads up. We have to make sure signage is, accurate and lots of other infrastructure needs that we have to take care of in order to make those lands safe and enjoyable for the public.
Didn't we pass a trail bond recently?
Yes, and that bond, we are making grants with the Trails Bond, and that doesn't all go to BPL. In fact, that bond was intended for us to be able to give grants out to other entities as well, but this is specific to our public lands that are held by and that BPL is responsible for.
All right, thank you.
Commissioner, I had a similar question, so I have a follow-up. So it sounds like this is a one-time request, but this is a problem or a trend that could be ongoing, and we might have to come back in here next year and figure out a better long-term solution for this. Is that fair to say?
Exactly. This is a one-time request, but we absolutely know we have to come back with, some sort of proposal for an altered vision for public lands going forward. With that, I will say that I think a lot of people have a lot of optimism for our forest product sector, and that, with investments and with innovation, we can really look to growth again in the future. But I think for right now and what the what the people who are, professionals in the economics field of forestry and timber markets are telling us is that it's not going to turn
It's
around
not just going to turn
immediately.
around between now
Yeah.
and next January.
We'd love for it to, but we have to be, I think, realistic about what we see on the horizon for the next few years ahead anyway. So
Thank you.
we'll come back with more information on that. We plan to, work with stakeholders and really look at other models in other states and come back with maybe a suite of options for how we could build that model going forward.
Okay.
So it's a little bit more flexible.
Representative Charmy, you have a question?
Thank you, Chairman Katine. Thank you for being here, Commissioner. Can you help me close the loop where you're looking for more money to help manage the land that we own? And over here, you're looking for more money to buy more land or to acquire more land. If we can't afford to manage what we own, why should we try to acquire more?
Happy to talk to that. So I think you're pointing to the language you that I just presented. So a couple of things. Land for Maine's Future program. I think it's really important to understand that there are a suite of different types of land that gets protected through LMF. I'll start with working lands. So working waterfronts, farmland, working, and there are programs out there as well that supplement protecting working forest lands and farmlands. And the thing to understand about when you're protecting working lands is that in a lot of cases, they're already enrolled in current use programs. And so they are, being protected as they are, but they're going to remain working lands and people are going to pay taxes and they still own those lands and they're taking care of those lands. So that doesn't create any kind of a burden. When it comes to protecting more land for other types of uses, recreation, I think that, we're talking specifically here today about the state-owned public lands. We have a model that we have relied upon for the past 50 years or so, and it's just time to take a look at that model again. So I think before saying that, we're asking to protect more land, but we need money, I think that what we need to do is revisit the income or the revenue model that we've relied upon to think about how do we take care of our state lands going forward. We have a lot of land trusts out there that take care of lands that are protected and again, make those available to the public and they bear those costs. So I think you really have to kind of break it down and I'd be happy to talk more with you about that if that's helpful. But in many cases, these lands are not that we're protecting through LMF are not ones that necessarily the state is going to have to continue to take care of. There are various categories here that you have to look at differently.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful because there's, when you think about publicly owned land and land for Maine's future, a lot of people in the public just think that that's one and the same group and we need to be clear in what the distinction is and what is state-owned land that for whatever reason we own it, and then what are protected lands by virtue of land for Maine's future.
Exactly. And I think the other thing I can say to be a little bit more clear, and I think I kind of went about this answer backwards, but land for Maine's future, they basically provide funding that enables a conservation easement to be placed on land so that it is permanently protected. But, that land is still going to be owned by somebody and not necessarily the state.
And one more question and then I'll close my light. Part Y, where you're asking to carry forward 750,000 for the Coney Road facility. I think this is the second year in a row we've been asked to carry this over. So could you kind of tell us why we're carrying this over and why we haven't got this project done?
Yeah, I'm happy to. Well, I'm very happy to say we are so close to being done. I was just over there recently and it looks incredible. We took it from the 1960s into something much more modern in terms of, just the ability for staff to use the space in a more productive way. It just has taken time. I think a lot of people who maybe have tried to do any construction projects personally or with their businesses, there's a real constraint with labor and being able to get contracts and things done like that. So it just takes, it's taken time.
Just editorially, you're only 2 years into this, not 6 like over here.
I would invite you to come to the Coney Road. I really would love to give you a tour if you want to see this building. We'll have before and after shots, and I think you'll be really impressed.
I don't see any other questions. Commissioner, I made this comment a couple of times in the last couple of weeks. So you've been in front of this committee presenting many budgets over the last 8 years. Want to thank you for all the work you've done for Maine people, and I've just really appreciated it. So thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you all.
Commissioner Camuso on Zoom, is that correct?
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for accommodating me. I got to say, this is the first time I've testified this way, and it's a little nerve-wracking when you make that switch over from watching to joining the meeting this way. But good afternoon, Senator Rotundo. Thank you. Representative Guttine and members of the Appropriations and Financial Affairs Committee, as well as members from the ACF Committee. I am Judy Camuso, Commissioner of the Department of Inland Fisheries and Wildlife, speaking on behalf of the department in support of the administration's amendment LD 1312. I am also the current board chair for the Lands for Maine's Future program. The mission of the Maine Department of Inland Fisheries and Wildlife, IFNW, is to preserve, protect, and enhance the inland fisheries and wildlife resources of the state, as well as to enable and promote the safe enjoyment of Maine's outdoors. IFNW has an active land acquisition program focused on expanding the state's network of wildlife management areas and water access sites. Additionally, our program works closely with partners to support their conservation projects, where those projects are consistent with the department's mission and priorities. The amendment introduced by Commissioner Beal directs reliable and ongoing funding to the LMF program. Traditionally supported through general fund bond issues, this proposal will be a more fiscally responsible way of funding the critical work of LMF, using investment income rather than adding to the state's debt. The new language would direct to the LMF trust fund 25% of the investment income generated from the budget stabilization fund when it is at the 18% cap and when it is below that cap as well. Lands for Maine Future has been the primary funding source for land conservation in Maine. Grant funds have been used to protect unique ecological areas, well-known recreation sites, important working forests, farms, and waterfronts. The program has helped to conserve well-loved places, including Mount Agamenicus, Mount Kineo, and the Camden Hills. This program has also conserved over 10,000 acres of farmland, large areas of working forests, and 33 working waterfront sites. And it has contributed to the essential points of water access. Some of those locations include Sabumic Lake, Addiam Pond, Mattawamkeag River, Higgins Beach, and ADA accessible sites on both Anabassacook Lake and Togus Pond. Lands for Maine's Future has been especially important for supporting Maine's recreational enthusiasts. Unlike many other conservation grant programs, LMF specifically requires that conservation and recreation programs are open to the public for hunting, fishing, and trapping, among other outdoor activities. LMF has given special consideration to deer wintering area acquisition proposals. LMF awards an extra 10 points to projects in priority deer wintering areas and where IFW will hold the primary interest in the property and manage it with deer conservation as the highest priority. Since this change in its program, LMF has assisted the department in acquiring over 8,700 acres in 3 acquisitions. One of these acquisitions, Mahawk WMA, is the department's largest ever. In the most recent, in Dixmont, will establish a 675 conservation area in the part of the state that has very little conservation of any kind. Throughout its history, LMF has been highly successful at leveraging additional funding for conservation. The program requires a 1-to-1 match, meaning for every dollar of LMF money awarded, at least $1 must be raised from other sources by the grant applicants. However, according to LMF's 2023 GEA report, between 2015 and 2023, the effective proportion of LMF dollars to match has been greater than 1-to-2. To date, LMF has benefited from occasional state bonds and budget appropriations, but it has never had a dedicated source of funds. As a result, the program has not been able to distribute grant dollars for conservation on a regular schedule, making it difficult for the conservation community to ready projects in a timely manner. Securing a dedicated source for funds for the program has long been identified as a need, and this bill is timely given Maine's current conservation goals. I would be happy to answer any questions at this time or during your work session.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any questions for Commissioner Camuso? Representative Blucher.
Thank you very much, Senator. And thank you, Commissioner. Slightly off topic of the subject of your testimony, I just wanted to highlight for our friends here in AFA that we've passed the bill through committee, but it hasn't made it through the House yet, LD 2118, which would move Maine Natural Areas Program from ACF to IFNW. And there's 2 parts to there's section AA2 and section AA3 in the ACF budget that might need to be moved over, as well as some other associated work that, and I just want to, I guess the question is, have you been looking at that and notice these initiatives particularly deal with early detection and rapid response to eradicate invasive stilt grass and funding to update Maine's official list of threatened and endangered plants? And just the question being, the question being, just are you aware of it, and are you ready to work with AFA to make that transition work smoothly?
Yes, we will, for sure. Absolutely.
Thank you for that, Representative Pluker. And Commissioner. Any other questions for Commissioner Camuso? Commissioner, again, I want to reiterate what I said to Commissioner Beal a few minutes ago. You've been here since the very beginning of this administration, given testimony in front of this committee many, many times on budget things. Not sure if this is the last time or not, but again, just wanted to thank you for all the work you've done with us over the last 8 years.
Absolutely. And thank you all for your help and support.
Okay, so now we're going to go to public testimony. We've got about 9 people in the room signed up to testify. We're going to run a 3-minute clock. The first person signed up is Eliza Townsend, then Megan Gendron, and Drew Dumsch.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Representative Gatine, distinguished members of the Appropriations Committee, Senator Talbot Ross, Representative Pluker, distinguished members of the ACF Committee. I'm Eliza Townsend, Maine Conservation Policy Director for the Appalachian Mountain Club. Our mission is the protection, enjoyment, and understanding of the outdoors. AMC strongly supports the appropriation of $2.25 million for the operations of our cherished public lands, including Tumbledown and Bigelow Mountains, Donnell Pond and the Cutler Coast, Debooley and Pineland. These magnificent places have for decades been self-funded by timber revenues, but can no longer meet their budget needs due to the same challenges facing the industry as a whole: tariffs, changing markets, a shortened harvest window due to climate change, fewer logging contractors. The public lands, like the state parks, are welcoming ever more visitors seeking adventure and renewal of spirit. Their affordability in an uncertain economy, the rise of social media, and increased interest in physical activity and outdoor recreation all put more pressure on these beloved destinations. Importantly, the public lands drive economic activity in rural Maine, supporting guides, restaurants, lodging, and retail. Our public lands become even more important as more and more private land is closed to public access. The report back on LD 1308 on public access to privately owned lands recommends promoting the public lands further as a strategy to reduce pressure on private property. The public lands must not be expected to welcome more users without adequate staff, operating funds, and capital funds to maintain infrastructure. The Land for Maine's Future program is an essential tool for reducing the pressure on public and private lands alike by dispersing users across the state. Land for Maine's Future creates both close to home and remote recreation opportunities. It will help us slow and adapt to climate change and protect against biodiversity loss. It will add to our $3.4 billion outdoor recreation economy. We urge you to find a way to replenish the LMF program. Missing from this budget is any funding for the state's historic sites. They are an important part of the strategy of dispersing users, boosting local economies, and supporting healthy physical activity. They are an especially valuable resource for low-cost family outings. Because they're fun to explore, they offer walking trails and picnic spots and dramatic views. If you haven't taken your kids or your grandkids to Fort Kent or Fort McClary, Katahdin Ironworks, or Eagle Island, you really should. You can't go to Eagle Island now, though, because it's closed due to storm damage. And the state historic sites were not eligible for the American Rescue Plan Act funds allocated for repairs to the state parks. The historic sites have long suffered from a lack of maintenance and investment and are very much in need of funding and action before they fall further into disrepair. Cared for, they will contribute to our $9 billion tourism sector. Left to fall apart, they will not. Senator Grohowski's LD 761 is sitting on the appropriations table, and we urge you to incorporate it into the budget. The public lands, state parks, and historic sites cannot continue to welcome growing numbers of visitors without adequate funding. We ask you to invest in them and in further opportunities for public access through the Land for Maine's Future program. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for Ms. Townsend? Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Rotundo, Chair Gattine, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Appropriations and Financial Affairs, Chair Talbot Ross, Chair Pluker, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry. My name is Megan Jean Gendron. I represent the Nature Conservancy in Maine, and I am here providing joint testimony on behalf of Caitlin Nuzzo of TNC and Jeff Romano of Maine Coast Heritage Trust in support of the supplemental budget proposal for the Department of Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry. We would also like to support an amendment to the supplemental budget that was presented by the department. Conservation is at the core of the work both of our organizations do here in Maine. We work in tandem with our partners at DACF to both advance our conservation work and support their role in planning, conservation, management, and research. Maine's public lands, state parks, and forests are incredible assets that underpin our quality of life and economic opportunities. TNC and MCHT support robust funding for DACF and its many divisions and programs. Specifically, our organizations support the following budget requests. The department amendment to add funds to the Land for Maine's Future Trust Fund. Our organizations have been committed to a thriving Land for Maine's Future program since it was established by voters in 1987. Our consistent focus has been on identifying funds to support successful and popular source of conservation funding. We understand that DACF has presented an amendment to the supplemental budget that builds on bipartisan legislation and funding allocations we have championed in the past by identifying a dedicated ongoing revenue source for LMF Trust Fund. This language would direct 25% of the accrued interest on the state's budget stabilization fund to the LMF trust fund, where it will continue to earn interest and reinvest in important funding program. We thank Senator Peirce for putting initial language forward in LD 1312 and appreciate Commissioner Beal and the administration for offering this amendment to improve the original concept heard by AFA in November. And the land management and planning. This program provides a wide variety of services, including managing the state's public lands assets, performing sustainable timber management, overseeing habitat management areas, and providing recreational opportunities for the public. We support the requests across the board and specifically support the request for one-time funding for public lands operational expenses. Despite exemplary forest management strategy, timber harvesting relies on markets which have been unstable for the last several years, as you heard from the commissioner earlier. Since a substantial portion of the funding to support state-owned public lands comes from revenues from timber harvesting, the Bureau is facing a budget shortfall. We fully support this one-time allocation from the general fund to cover the shortfall and ensure that there are no gaps in Maine's ability to manage these critical lands. Thank you all so much for your time and this opportunity to testify in support of the Department of Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry's budget proposal.
Thank you, Ms. Gendron. Any questions? I don't see any questions. Thank you. So the next three folks after this are Beth White, Dave Trahan, and Eric Venturini. Good afternoon.
Thank you, Representative Gattine, Senator Rotundo, members of the Appropriations Committee, and Senator Talbot Ross and Representative Pluker of the ACF Committee. I'm submitting testimony neither for nor against LD 2212. My name is Drew Numsch. I'm the president and CEO of the Ecology School, a nonprofit outdoor school located at Riverbend Farm in Saco. And we are a member of the Maine Outdoor School for All Network, a statewide collaboration of 8 outdoor schools. Maine Outdoor School is seeking $3 million from the state to supplement private funding for PL 2025, Chapter 84, also known as LD 895, an act to support immersive outdoor education by establishing the Outdoor School for All Maine Students program. Signed into law in May, with special revenue funds limited to just $500 for this year and next. LD 895 is an incredibly popular and strongly bipartisan bill, passing unanimously in the Senate, 31-0, and in the Maine House with a vote of 113-1. This bill also has strong support from numerous state associations, organizations, and business groups. So why fund the Outdoor School for All pilot project? PL 2025 Chapter 84 creates equitable funding to provide youth development opportunities for students from grades 4 to 8 throughout the state, including rural and urban settings, tribal communities, and districts of all income levels. Outdoor School is uniquely effective for students in that it is hands-on learning focused on science and conservation, natural resource management, climate change, agriculture, and Maine's economy. It supports students' social and emotional wellness and improves teamwork, attendance, and retention rates. It builds leadership skills and promotes youth workforce development. This past year, Maine Outdoor School for All fundraised over $500,000 from foundations, philanthropists, and businesses. This private sector support allowed UMaine Cooperative Extension to form and begin to pilot the Outdoor School for All Maine Students program. This past fall, Extension provided $177,000 in limited grants to help send over 1,000 Maine students from 11 counties to participate in inspiring 3-day, 2-night outdoor school programs. The state of Maine investing $3 million, $1.5 million this year, and then $1.5 million the next, into Extension's school, Outdoor School for All Maine Students program sends a powerful message to our private funders that the state of Maine is deeply committed to providing our next generation the innovative outdoor education they need and deserve. $3 million will fully fund outdoor school programs in Maine for over 7,000 students over the next 2 years and fund Extension's administrative costs, including grant distribution, running a statewide advisory group and conducting in-depth evaluation and research on the impact of outdoor schools on youth development in Maine. I ask that you prioritize youth development in Maine by including funding for Outdoor School for All in the supplemental budget. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Senator Talbot Ross.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for being here. This may be a real softball question. So
Sure.
you mentioned this past fall, you provided money for students from 11 counties.
Yes.
You're asking for 3 million to provide this opportunity for 7,000 students over the next 2 years. So the question is, are those the 7,000, they represent all 16 counties or?
It would be allow us all 16 counties. And we really stretched the dollars given us private funding. Actually, most of us are taking a loss in the fall programs, but we had foundations step up. So any level of funding at this point will help leverage private funding and keep the ball rolling on the pilot project.
Yeah, but you are seeing participation across all of the counties?
Yes, yes. And we're actually talking, yeah. Like for instance, the College School will be hosting the Sipiac Elementary School in a couple weeks.
Great.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Frost.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm just curious how you do choose the schools to participate in the program.
Well, the overall goal would be 6 million a year. That would fund 14,000 students a year, which is the average per grade cohort. The goal would be every student in Maine going forward would go to outdoor school as part of a rite of passage in middle school. Right now, because of limited funding, it's very much based on need, free and reduced lunch rates, rural schools, at-risk populations. And I want to commend UMaine Extension with very little state funding and this a smidgen of private funding because they didn't take hardly any overhead. Most of the foundation funding went to the grant scholarships, but they have set up a web page, a grant program, and currently we're talking with Oregon Extension about piggybacking and building upon the outdoor school research they've been doing in that state because they have a very vibrant outdoor school for all. I mean, our Oregon Outdoor School for All program in Oregon, and they're up to 86% of Oregon students go to outdoor school now.
Yeah.
Thank you. The reason I asked is I just happened a few months ago to be hanging out with a friend of mine from Freeport, and her daughter was about to take some fabulous outdoor trip that was funded a lot by LL Bean. And I thought, well, that's what you get for going to Freeport High School instead of, I would like to see more equity to all the schools.
Yeah, and when we started this movement 16 years ago, it was about equity of experience, that every kid would get a chance, not just some select communities.
Any other questions? Go ahead, Representative Brennan.
Thank you, Representative Katine. Thank you for your testimony. Have there been any discussions or efforts to incorporate these type of activities into the school funding formula through EPS that's eligible reimbursement from the state through the school funding formula?
So in the 131st legislature, we did have those discussions, given the heavy emphasis on agriculture, conservation, forestry, and given the challenges. I know Representative Brennan, you've been very active on the Ed Committee. We moved away from that, going through the education, and specifically went through agriculture, conservation, forestry, given that UMaine Extension would be administering the program. But we see it very much as an important integrated part of the innovative education program, some like the more recent Maine Outdoor Learning Initiative that was funded with COVID money. So most of us in the outdoor school sector are involved with Maine Outdoor brands, Maine Environmental Education Association. So that kind of synergy and coordination is very important. Does that answer? Maybe I danced around that.
No, if it were me, I'm just saying for me, over the long run, allowing these costs to be part of eligible costs within school funding would be much more stable and predictable than trying to get an appropriation every year or two from the legislature.
I agree. I would love to work on that, but we're trying to, like, right now it's the pilot project. It's fantastic work. I'll just speak on the ecology school. We average over $250,000 of scholarships to Maine public schools a year. So we're doing an immense amount of scholarships, all 8 outdoor schools across the state, and really look forward to the potential to partner more with the state and merging that with the private sector work we're already do, the private sector fundraising.
Thank you.
Great. Thanks so much. Appreciate it.
Ms. White.
Hello.
Hello.
One last time, I almost did put my name at the bottom of the list, but I have to run for another meeting, so.
If we had a loyalty program, we'd have to give you a cup of coffee.
Some frequent flyer
so-
miles. Well, thank you all so much. Representative Gatine, members of the Appropriations and Financial Affairs Committee, Senator Talbot Ross, Representative Pluker, and members of the Committee on Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry. I'm Beth White. I'm the Director of Politics and Legislation for the Maine Service Employees Association, SEIU Local 1989. We're a labor union representing over 13,000 Maine workers, including workers at the Maine Department of Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry. So first, we support the numerous reclassifications, reorganizations, range changes, and continuation of limited period positions in this section of the proposed budget. However, we do want to flag that understaffing and vacancies at DACF and throughout all departments in Maine state government does remain a serious problem. In recent years, as you folks know, Maine state parks have had record-breaking numbers of visitors. In 2024, more than 3 million people visited the parks, a more than 6% increase in attendance over 2023, and the third time in 4 years that visitation has surpassed $3 million, or 3 million people, excuse me, according to a Maine Public article from January 2025. This trend has continued in 2025, and yet our state parks, while our state parks are seeing these record numbers, understaffing due to low pay continues to be a problem. So I'm just going to read a quick quote. In 2023, managers at 24 of our state parks wrote a letter to the legislature's state and local government committee talking about how low pay and understaffing impacts them. And those trends have continued throughout the recent years, and morale continues to be struggling. So they said, quote, for the salary offered both for new employees and experienced staff members, it's often less than the salary offered at local fast food restaurants. When combined with the housing crisis that is already plaguing Maine, the result of this low pay and skewed pay scale is an inability to recruit and retain staff. Staff are quite understandably leaving the parks in droves, yet members of the staff that remain are being asked to not only continue providing the level of service expected when the parks were fully staffed, but are actually being asked to shoulder increased responsibility. The effect of a decrease in staffing when coupled with the increase in responsibility has created an atmosphere of risk within the parks. With staff stretched thin, facilities cannot be maintained to the same level of safety as is possible when the parks are fully staffed. It is a matter of time until the facilities deteriorate. Without the workforce necessary to see to their upkeep, visitors will soon begin to encounter parks that are dirtier, less safe, and below the standard that we as park staff would like to maintain. So for that reason, we would respectfully ask this committee to consider restoring the $56 million that was diverted away from the state employee salary plan, which pays the wages of Maine state government workers. That was done by raising the attrition rate in the previous budget. And so we would like you to ask you to please restore that funding. Thank you so much. And thank you all for listening to me for 2 weeks straight. I really appreciate the time, and happy weekend, almost weekend to you all.
Well, thank you for all your testimony over the last couple of weeks. Go ahead, Representative.
I have a question for you, Beth.
Sure.
As I've listened to your testimony on various items, one of the things that my mind keeps going back to is the fact that we currently, in most of your testimony, you talk about staffing shortages and so forth, and a lot of it you tie to wages and so forth. What I'm having trouble connecting in my mind is the fact that we have a 3.75% unemployment rate, but yet we have 40% of the working age population of the state of Maine not working. I'm just trying to figure out how to connect those dots because it doesn't make sense.
Yeah, so I actually had not heard those statistics before, so I'm not entirely familiar with the numbers, and don't necessarily have a great answer for you off the top of my head.
You can get back to me if you want. I just,
Yeah.
you've been in here and I just keep thinking this and I said, well, I'm going to ask her.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think a lot of the jobs that are within state government do require, advanced degrees, advanced credentials, a wealth of education. And so I think, when you couple the amount of work that has to go into being eligible for some of these jobs and then the really low pay that is being offered for them, I think it's been, from what we've heard from members, they just aren't at the top of the list for jobs that people are looking for or applying to because of that low pay. But so that's kind of a quick answer. I don't know that that really answers your question directly, but but I appreciate the question and happy to talk more.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. White.
Thank you all so much.
Thank you. David Trahan. Good afternoon.
Yes, Chairman Gatine, members of the Appropriations Committee, Representative Plukers, Senator Talbot Ross. My name is David Trahan. Other members of the Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry Committee, I apologize. My name is David Trahan. I'm the Executive Director of the Sportsmen's Alliance Maine Institute for Legislative Action, testifying in support of the amendment that's been proposed, UUU. I want to tell you where that came from. It came from an ice fishing trip 2 years ago, where a number of us were standing around waiting for a flag to go up. And we were lamenting on the history of the LMF program and how desperately a long-term funding source is needed. I was told at the time it was crazy and that wasn't possible, but through Jeff Romano, Caitlin Nuzzo, the members of the LMF Coalition, land trusts, a final amendment was put forward. And I'd like to thank Senator Peirce and particularly the governor for being open-minded, because basically no one knew that, I believe, that this revenue was available and an opportunity to resolve a problem that has plagued the program for years. We believe that this policy is not just good land conservation policy, but good economic policy as well. If this policy passes, I wanted to mark this day as a milestone in the history of the program, because it will be the beginning of a new chapter in the LMF program. You will be using interest generated to save interest, no more bonded debt, and then creating interest in the LMF trust fund to conserve land. To a Representative Ducharme's question about money for maintaining lands, this interest that's now going to be generated within the trust fund could be available for future investments. There is an account of a statutory fund created, the trust fund, that can supply grants for improvements on public lands, and they should be state-owned lands. And in the future, you will see proposals coming forward, very creative, but we've shown that we can together as a coalition come forward with, I think, very viable opportunities to fix this issue. I have been around the State House now for almost 30 years, and I've never seen such a popular program beaten up so much. And I think a lot of that is related to bonding. And I think this program has got caught up and beaten up unnecessarily. It's very popular. Conservation is the very foundation of groups like mine. The program has been changed dramatically over the years to invest in public access for everyone. It's a program that embraces all users of the land. And I hope that this committee will recognize the importance of this amendment that's in front of you. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Trahan, question. I've always been a supporter of this program. You've been around this building longer than I have, so I don't view this as a program that isn't widely supported. I actually view it as a program that is widely supported, but that's neither here nor there. I mean, so do you think that if we were to do this, that there will not be future requests for bonds to support this program? You think this will be adequate to fund the program?
I believe that is correct. I think that the problems that emerged around funding LMF is there was a real philosophical difference. Many people, including me, have been criticizing publicly, why do we need to borrow and pay debt to do something so important as conserve land,
Mm.
that we should make it a priority and fund it each year.
Mhm.
And for many years, we all banged our heads against the wall trying to figure out a way to do that without taking money from social programs or education.
Mhm.
Well, having chaired the taxation committee, I learned of how money is invested when money comes into the state and said, wow, what a great way. New revenue generated through interest that will not gore anybody. And so I just threw the idea out one day, and people that know the program better than I, Jeff Romano, Tom Abello, and others, Nature Conservancy, said, oh, well, wait a minute, we might be able to make this work. Let's figure this out.
Mm.
And so for me, it illustrates good government and the way that policy should be made. People who maybe have philosophical differences politically come together and solve a very complex problem.
Mm.
If this passes, organizations like ours and others will protect this money aggressively and make sure that it continues. If it does, I'll give you an example. Let's say it's $10 million a year that it averages. It will generate somewhere around 4% interest. But the LMF projects sometimes take 3 and 4 years to complete. That money will stay in the fund and generate interest over that period of time, compounding. Money will continue to come in. So I believe that trust fund will self-fund
Mhm.
and the need to bond will go away.
Thank you. I guess, I don't know if we've gotten this in any testimony yet, but maybe for the work session staff or the department. uh, So the concept here is that part of the interest from the budget stabilization fund, could we get some numbers as to what that amount of interest would be?
I can give you those right now, Representative.
Okay.
Yep. At its current rate, it's now capped, just a
Right.
little over $1 billion, has been estimated between $42 million. And it can vary based on the interest that the cash pool generates.
Right.
So somewhere around $40 million.
Okay, so when the budget stabilization fund is full.
No, the amendment that's being proposed would move that interest even in years when it
No,
wasn't.
no, but what I'm saying is if there's only half a $500 million in the budget stabilization fund, the interest will be less than if there's $1 billion.
Yes,
But-
correct. And I can
Yeah.
tell you why that's good policy. Because the money sits there for a period of time, let's say it drops from 12.5 million down to 8.
Right.
That money will sit there and generate interest and it'll be closer to the 10 when it's all said and done.
Right.
And so it really stabilizes because that money sits there and generates interest. And when it goes up and down, basically the LMF committee will authorize projects based on the money that's available in that year.
Correct.
And that interest stabilizes everything.
Yeah. And again, I'd just like to know from staff, like if maybe at certain levels, if there was $500 million, how much would it be? 600 million, right? I just like to try to see the scale of the possible amount.
Yeah, yeah. It'll vary between 2 and 4 million.
Yeah.
500,000 generates 5 times 2 is,
Yeah.
you can just do the math.
And the interest rate
Yeah.
changes too. So
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
That's right.
Thank you. Good.
If we take 300 million out of the budget stabilization fund, drop it down to 700 million. The interest on that at a current rate is going to be about 28 million over a year.
And only a portion of that interest, again, we don't have to do a work session here. Only a portion of that interest is going to the left, right? Right. Yeah.
Yes.
So I just want to see it like on like a spreadsheet. For,
Yeah, I'll urge you to look at the historical bonding levels for LMF as well, because once you bond, you have debt going forward.
Yep.
And if you save that in your budget, you can identify how much that is as well.
Thank you.
Yep.
Any other questions for Mr. Trahan? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Eric Venturini.
Good afternoon. Apologies, I lost my voice a little. I'll do the best I can. Senators Rotundo and Talbot Ross, Representatives Gattine and Pluker, and esteemed members of the committees on Appropriations and Financial Affairs and Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry. My name is Eric Venturini. I'm the Executive Director of the Wild Blueberry Commission of Maine. You all know a lot about Maine's iconic wild blueberry industry, 512 farms, about 40,000 acres across the state. contributing $361 million a year to the state's economy through out-of-state sales. It means the only state with significant commercial production of wild blueberries. You all know the challenges that the wild blueberry industry is facing. Some of the statistics are there in the paragraph. I've shared those with you before, but I'll say that my organization, the Wild Blueberry Commission, has itself more or less emptied its reserves this year to stand up a grant program that provides a Band-Aid to the wild blueberry industry, $1.3 million. That is just a Band-Aid, though. In order to improve this industry for the long term, we need strategic investment. The Ag Bond, LD 2094, is in front of this committee several weeks ago. I provided testimony along with 43 other members of the ag community. During that hearing, comment was made around the horseshoe. Why don't we take that money out of the budget? Considering the state that we're in, recognizing that bonds will be challenging, and yet standing here before you still advocating strongly for the passage of that bond, I want to also consider alternative mechanisms, alternative vehicles. I ask you to consider rolling that agricultural bond 2094 into the budget, to take the comment that was made around the horseshoe seriously. And while I recognize and support other sectors have critical needs addressed through various lines currently found in that ag bond package, I would like to highlight two of those line items in particular that are of utmost importance to the wild blueberry industry. And one is the need to capitalize the Agriculture Forest Products Infrastructure Investment Fund, or AFPIF. I would ask you to consider allocating $28 million to that fund, which would include $4 million set aside for wild blueberry specific financing tools. Also, the Farmers Drought Relief Fund. The reason we need a Band-Aid this year is because of the drought and the pollination also in 2025. The Farmers Drought Relief, soon to be called Resiliency Fund, is one of the tools that are on the table to help address that. I'd advocate that we add $8 million to the budget as allocation into that fund, the Farmers Drought Relief Fund. And that's it. Thanks for your time. I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you very much. Any questions? I don't see any. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Dana Duran, and I'm sorry if I get the name wrong, Alan Stevens or Stearns, and then Carl Wilson.
Let's give a chance for them to pass out. I've given them a ream of paper.
That's okay. You can start whenever you want, Mr.
Okay.
Duran.
Good afternoon, Representative Gatine, members of the Appropriations Committee, Senator Talbot Ross, Representative Pluker, members of the Ag Conservation and Forestry Committee. My name is Dana Duran. I'm Executive Director of the Professional Logging Contractors of the Northeast. We are an educational nonprofit that represents timber harvesting contractors throughout the Northeast, but predominantly in the state of Maine. I've given you today my testimony. I've also given you a copy of our new economic impact study. This is hot off the presses. We announced the findings of this study yesterday. If you were at our legislative breakfast, you got a firsthand copy, but if you weren't, which I know many of you were not able to join us, I wanted to bring a copy of that to you. You'll understand why I brought that to you today and left it with you in just a moment. So we are here to testify in support of the governor's budget, specifically the Department of Ag Conservation and Forestry's inclusion in that in terms of their request for the supplemental budget. We're also in favor to that end in support of the one-time provision of funding request for Bureau of Parks and Lands. Our members provide the harvesting and trucking services for the Bureau of Parks and Lands. Not to say that all of it's done by one of our members, but it's obviously timber harvesting contractors that do the work on behalf of public lands. I will say, I think a one-time blessing of funding is important considering what's happened with the markets. Clearly, our members know how challenging it is because they're the ones doing the work. But I'll also say, I agree with the commissioner. There needs to effectively, we need to look at different things. Back in 2014, 2015, there was actually a commission on the Bureau of Parks and Lands in terms of harvesting totals and how funding was used. I think you could look back at that study about a decade ago for a lot of necessary, not necessarily changes, but recommendations. I'd like to see the Bureau of Parks and Lands harvest more wood. I think the more wood you harvest, the more revenue that comes into the state, but we're going to leave that there for now. I also, like Mr. Venturini, want to recommend that this committee look at taking the bond and moving it over to the general fund. I think a one-time stimulus, essentially a one-time stimulus, whether it comes out of the Bureau, the Budget Stabilization Fund or not, how you do it, I think we have to put all cards on the table. And we did hear, like Mr. Venturini said, whether or not that could be funded through the general fund rather than through a bond. And I'd like to see this group take a look at that and consider that. Referencing my economic impact study. So this is the fourth time we've published this for the state of Maine. In 2014, harvesting in the state of Maine, effectively, there were about 6,000 direct jobs. Today, there are 2,700 direct jobs 10 years later. Total economic output was $882 million in 2014. Today, it's $532 million. We are at a crisis point. We need assistance. And I think the bond is a pathway. There was a low interest loan program approved by the governor that's now in statute for loggers and fishermen last legislative session. It did not have a fiscal note because there was no funding for it. That bond could provide about $10 million to go into that fund. And that is a lifeline that I know our members and all contractors in the state need. So I know you're here on a Friday afternoon. It's exceptionally warm in this room. We'll leave it at that. I'm happy to answer any questions, but those are our thoughts on both the budget as presented, but also what we would like the committee to consider with respect to moving that bond over to the general fund.
Thank you,
So
Mr.
happy to
Mayor.
answer any questions.
Just want to be clear, we do not turn the heat up in this room as a strategy to make people.
Well, I feel it because I'm taller, so it rises.
There you go. You're playing that card on me, huh?
Well, no, not necessarily, but I do feel it.
I think Representative Pluker has a question.
Thank you, Representative Gattine. If more wood were harvested, it looks like the issue is more the markets rather than supply. And do you agree with that? Or if there was more wood harvested, what would we do with it? What do you think? And then as we look at, this is clearly one-time funding that's being requested. We're talking about needing to increase, revenues going forward in some way to pay for it. Do you see any change in that market in the coming few biennium here?
Yeah, I appreciate the questions, Representative Pluker. So I'll answer it this way. Bureau of Parks and Lands is obviously public land, 600,000 acres, 400 and some odd thousand are accessible for timber harvesting. I think back in 2015, 2016, the total harvest was around 140,000 cords. It doesn't tell you a lot, but basically you multiply that times 2.5, it gives you your tonnage. That's the equivalent of what Madison Paper used to use when it was open. So the harvesting perspective has shifted in the state of Maine. Markets have a lot to do with that. Absolutely. That being said, our industrial landowners in the state, whether that's Irving, Seven Islands, the Subway Corporation, John Malone, who owns 1.3 million acres, they are not necessarily cutting less wood, but they're shifting where they are cutting wood. And they're also shifting the types of wood they're cutting to send it to different markets. So they're trying to cut less pulpwood and sell more saw logs. The state could take that same approach. And now there's obviously agreement and disagreement over harvesting levels. This is not a policy exchange about that. I understand your question about markets. Markets are challenged without a doubt. It's really our low grade markets that are challenged the most and have been for the last 5 years. The sawlog markets are, I won't call them as depressed as the pulp and paper markets. Sawlog markets have declined because building construction has declined because interest rates are higher. But we see ebb and flow. For instance, this winter is a great winter to cut, to harvest, and sell cedar. The reason is because the swamps are frozen. Last year, the swamps weren't frozen. So it ebbs and flows depending upon what's happening with weather, what's happening with markets. Sawlog markets are continuous purchasers of wood. They're not buying as much as they were 2 years ago at the end of the pandemic, but they're clearly buying more, and our sawmills are investing more, especially in the state of Maine. So back to your question, I think there are ways to look at where we harvest, how we harvest, what we're harvesting, and make some shifts to that in order for it to keep more loggers working and also to benefit the Bureau of Parks and Lands for all of their intrinsic benefits that they have to the state. I also do work in Vermont. You know, they have a different model. They don't use timber harvest on their public lands to fund the department. It all goes into the general fund, and they go through the normal appropriations process to fund their public lands. So they have a different model. But I do know, similar to the Canadians, they'll harvest on public lands in order to keep money flowing, but also to keep people working. And I think that's a huge benefit back to the state of Maine at the same time. So long-winded answer to a short question.
Thank you. Any other? Representative Hill, did you have a question? No? Again, Representative Strong.
Thank you. Yesterday at the breakfast, there was a really interesting discussion about high grade versus low grade kind of thing, and the interplay between the two and how that impacts the logger with respect to what they need to do. Could you talk a little bit about that, and maybe for just for those on the committee that may not know what the difference between a high grade log and a low grade, and what those are for, what they're used for? Just a little kind of, primer on that.
You want a basic
Please.
silvicultural forestry discussion? I'll try to be brief. Well, just when you walk out of the building tonight and you look at the forest behind the cross building, that's here. Forgot the name, the governor, maybe that's the hill. I don't remember. Anyway, just look at the forest. You will see a very diverse forest. Yeah. It's a very diverse forest. It's representative of the entire state of Maine's forest. Yes, we have a boreal forest in the northern part of the state that's predominantly spruce fir, but that's a small percentage of what our forests look like. We have 18, 19, 20 different species of trees that grow and grow consistently. You have softwood, you have hardwood, but it's a mixed, diverse forest. And I'd say from the silvicultural forest management perspective, in order to do good forest management, you've got to be able to weed the forest, so to speak. I shouldn't say that. You don't all have gardens, but many of you plant vegetable gardens on an annual basis. Think of a forest as a vegetable garden that is effectively a 40 to 60 to 80 year rotation rather than a 3 to 4 month rotation, but it operates under the same principles. When you plant a row of carrots, those carrots need to be thinned. If you don't thin the carrots, they're going to grow into one another and you're going to have less productive garden. So you thin those carrots. The same principle applies to forestry. You have to weed that garden in order for the high value products to really take off. Your saw logs, your high carbon stocking, sequestration materials. So you want to take out the low grade, the low value products in order for more sunshine to get in, more water, and allow those kind of high value, stronger trees to take off. Well, that has an impact upon harvesting and forestry, but it also it's impacted by markets. You have to have markets for your kind of what we call low grade wood. Your low grade wood is basically, consider it your junk, not necessarily junk wood, but it's the wood that is very spindly. It has rot in it. It needs to be removed. So again, the high grade can move. You have to have markets in which to send that wood, or it's just a lost cost. In that forest right behind us, let's say 60% of the wood that's standing is what we call low grade. So it's not going to produce a saw log. It's not going to produce some high value, high grade material. But you have to move it so your high grade can grow. You have to have markets in which to move it. Where we've been impacted in the state of Maine since 2012 is we've lost 5 million tons of low grade markets. We've lost Millinocket, East Millinocket, Lincoln, Old Town, Bucksport, Madison, on and on and on. Those are all low grade markets. If you don't have a place to move that, it basically changes your forestry, it changes your management, and it changes the economics of the entire process. So again, basic to kind of summary, in any forest, it's 60-40, 60% low grade, 40% high grade, and you're going to cut more low grade than high grade, and it's worth less, but you have to do it in order to allow the high grade to grow. So again, long-winded answer to a short question.
Thank you, Mr. Duran. Everybody set? Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Senate Chairwomen, House Chairmen, members of the committees. My name is Alan Stearns. I'm one of several people actively working to form the all-volunteer Friends of Parks and Lands for the primary purpose of building legislative and congressional support for Maine state parks and Maine public lands, all at Maine's Bureau of Parks and Lands, or BPL. We're a volunteer group in formation with incorporation and other governance steps happening very soon. As volunteers, we're stepping to the plate because of our recognition that the financial resources of BPL are stretched thin to a breaking point. I won't go through all of my testimony. You've heard earlier today the breaking point in public reserved land system. You heard from the state employees the breaking point with parks, recruitment, and retention. I'll use my limited time today to focus on state historic sites, which are broken. This year is the 250th anniversary of the American Revolution. We have the opportunity to educate Maine youth and Maine people about our history and the American Revolution and Maine's role in that history. Yet today, Coburn House State Historic Site is closed. No education. Fort George in Castine is substantially closed. The fort is falling down. There is no education regarding those two state historic sites, pivotal opportunities in this year, the anniversary of the Revolution. You heard earlier today that Eagle Island in Harpswell is closed. These three closed state historic sites have insufficient resources. Despite the good intention of the Bureau, they have insufficient resources to be open. The budget of the Bureau is at a breaking point. I'm here today to ask the committee, to ask both committees to move into the budget LD 761, which would provide funding for state historic sites in this anniversary year. Legislators have rallied for this in the past. Committees have voted for this in the past. It remains a distant dream sitting on the appropriations table. The need is compelling. Thank you for considering that, and I'm available for any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Stearns. Any questions? I don't. Oh, go ahead, Representative Hepler.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Of course.
So thank you for bringing this forward. I have close family involved in the Colburn House.
Yes.
And it's unfortunate, I guess it sort of speaks here. It's unfortunate that that anniversary is past, right? Because they left in 1775. And so I would hate to see like Fort George disappear. That's coming up in 1779.
So Benedict Arnold was in the early years
Yeah,
of the
yeah,
Revolution.
yeah. And so like that,
1776 is roughly the center of the Revolution.
Yeah.
Fort George was in the later years of the Revolution. So
Right.
a shifting series of anniversaries you can either cling to or miss or celebrate. But the simple point is every year, irrespective of the anniversaries, we own assets as the state of Maine. They are state historic sites which were bequeathed or otherwise acquired by the Bureau. The Bureau is not getting the money to make them cherished. When they do get the money, they do an amazing job. A dozen other state historic sites that are full of school buses and community events. Yet you see the breaking point when some of them reach deferred maintenance to the point of closure, reach climate change to the point of closure, reach a lack of leadership here in Augusta to make it happen out on the ground with the volunteers who want to make it happen.
Thanks for your support of this.
Senator Rennie.
I just wanted to say thank you for being here. I have a number of these sites in my district, and I know how devastating it is for many of the people whose boots are on the ground, who care a great deal and want to be able to educate our students.
I'll make one note. We've been working with the administration, looking at how we can bring you the best possible information. I'm encouraged. You heard the commissioner very briefly mention that you don't have to fund the Telos Dam, which is in this budget, because BGF and the Maine Government Facilities Authority has agreed to pick up that tab. We've asked the administration to ask BGS whether they could also pick up the tab for state historic sites. There are multiple ways to fund things. We're in communication with a congressional delegation. If we want to do this, we can. I'd urge you in work session to ask the commissioner, frankly, whether she's working on it. With the congressional delegation, there's limited federal funds we could draw down. Those federal funds, if we draw them down, require match. The Bureau needs you for the match. With nothing, everybody spins in circles and the sites remain closed.
Thank you very much. Commissioner, you might be the last live testimony we have in our public hearing, unless there's somebody else in the room to testify.
That is a dubious distinction.
It better be.
It's going to be quick, though.
That's a high expectation.
All right. Good afternoon, Senators Rotundo and Talbot Ross, Representatives Gatine and Pluker, and members of the Joint Standing Committees on Appropriations and Financial Affairs and Agriculture, Conservation and Forestry. My name is Carl Wilson, and I am the Commissioner of the Department of Marine Resources. I'm here today to testify in support of the amendment brought forward by Commissioner Beal to 5 MRSA Section 1532, providing an ongoing source of funding for the Land for Maine's future program. LMF serves a critical role in conserving land for its natural, economic, and recreational values. They have a robust working lands portfolio protecting properties that benefit Maine's heritage industries, including fishing and farming. Since 2006, Maine DMR has partnered with LMF to administer the Working Waterfront Access Protection Program. I was trying to figure out how to say it other than WAP. This program encumbers critically important working waterfronts with covenants that ensure their ongoing availability to Maine's commercial fishing and aquaculture industries. Maine's marine resources drive the economies of coastal communities. Commercial fishing and aquaculture activities generate landings that are worth over $500 million annually. Conservatively, these activities are worth more than $1.5 billion to the Maine economy. However, these activities are at risk, given the high risk of conversion of working waterfront properties to non-working waterfront uses. The WAP is designed to secure access to working waterfronts in perpetuity for our historical fisheries and those that may emerge in the future. While we have made great strides over the first 2 decades of the program, securing over 30 working waterfront properties throughout Maine's coastal counties, there is much more that could be done. While we have been fortunate to benefit from multiple rounds of bond funding, as well as recent general fund appropriations, an ongoing, reliable, and stable source of funding would guarantee this important work can continue. Thank you for your consideration, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Any questions, Commissioner Wilson? Thank you very much for being here this afternoon.
Thank you. Enjoy your weekend, everybody.
Thank you. We have one person on Zoom, I believe. Sorry, first of all, anybody else in the room who has not testified on this portion? I don't see any candidates. Lindsay, we have one person on Zoom. All right, and that is Luke Frankel. Good afternoon.
Hi, good afternoon, Representative Gatine, Representative Pluker, and members of the AFA and ACF committees. My name is Luke Frankel, and I'm the Woods, Waters, and Wildlife Director at the Natural Resources Council of Maine, or NRCM. NRCM is a nonprofit, nonpartisan membership organization dedicated to protecting, restoring, and conserving Maine's environment now and for future generations. On behalf of our nearly 20,000 members and supporters, I'm here to testify in support of LD 2212, and in particular, the initiative to provide one-time funding for public lands. Our public lands play a key role in supporting people, the economy, and biodiversity. At its core, public land exists to ensure that all people have access to special places for enjoyment. In Maine, this includes iconic places such as Tumbledown Mountain, the Bigelow Range, Lily Bay State Park along Moosehead Lake, Camden Hills, Cobscook Bay, Bradbury Mountain, and Aroostook State Park, to name a few. These places, along with many others, are critical elements in the mosaic of land ownership across the state that supports our $3.4 billion outdoor recreation economy. While private land remains the dominant form of ownership across Maine at approximately 94%, Public lands play an outsized role in supporting our outdoor economy by providing the infrastructure for amenities-based recreation, which includes long-term camping and RVs, programming for those new to the outdoors, and staffing and resources to accommodate large group sizes. This was recently acknowledged in the report back on the study of public access to private land that was commissioned by the legislature last year. The working group formed through that study, quote, emphasized that public lands play a vital role in Maine's outdoor recreation system by relieving pressure on private lands and ensuring permanent access to some of the state's most significant natural areas, end quote. In addition to recreation, public lands also support Maine's $8.3 billion forest products economy and maintain our diverse range of natural ecosystems. The Bureau of Parks and Lands, or BPL, manages the state's public lands to support a variety of uses that include forestry, natural resource protection, in addition to recreation. BPL's working forest help to employ contractors and provide raw materials to mills, while their network of ecological reserves also helps to conserve a diverse representation of native ecosystem types. Despite the critical functions they perform, today our public lands face significant challenges. Increased demand since the COVID-19 pandemic, aging infrastructure, and volatile timber markets have all placed enormous strain in recent years. Although the need is likely much larger, the $2.25 million proposal currently within the supplemental budget provides a much-needed lifeline for our public lands. For this reason, we strongly encourage that this level of funding or greater remains in the final budget proposal. To close, I'd like to highlight another funding priority for our organization that is currently not reflected in this draft of the supplemental budget, and that is the urgent need to fund the Land for Maine's Future program. As many of you know, this program is central to land conservation in Maine and is essentially out of funding. As a result, we would support any effort that provides funding to the program, including a direct allocation through the budget process, as well as the proposal that Commissioners Beal, Camuso, and Wilson spoke to earlier that provide ongoing funding for LMF. Thank you for your time and consideration. I'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Frankel. Any questions? I don't see any. Thank you for joining us this afternoon.
Thank you.
Okay, so that concludes the public hearing on the governor's proposed supplemental budget. Want to thank our colleagues from ACF for joining us this afternoon. Looks like you've already done some pre-work on your report back, so we're really looking forward to receiving it. Want to thank my fellow committee members on AFA and our amazing staff from OFPR and OPLA and everybody else who helped us out. And I am going to gavel this public hearing to a close. AFA members, we had a chairs and leads this morning. We have worked out a schedule for next week, which we'll distribute. The plan is we're supposed to start getting report backs this afternoon. Our schedule right now has us having work sessions every day next week. So let's get those report backs, check them out, and we'll be ready to work next week. Thank you.